last session. All right. So, um, last session, the party spent 2 days worth of downtime at camp after the issue at the fort there, where they fought the orcs and Captain Blacktear, who ended up actually not being an orc. He may have maybe like it was unclear on whether or not he may have been an orc at some point, but he definitely was not an orc at that point. He was a creature called a um, skelm, which is some sort of actually fairy creature, and it gets people all riled up and brings out the worst tendencies in them. So that's why those orcs were a bunch of just like raging a-holes. Um, but he was cleared out. The party took some downtime to make repairs to like Mr. Servos and to also just heal up, taking everything. Some of the local homesteaders came by to let you guys know that they were very thankful for what you did and that they were planning, say, within a week or so, to kind of like throw the party a official thank you, like gathering and dinner and like all that kind of stuff, so that you could get to know who your most immediate neighbors are. Um,
Yeah.
but and there was also a brief visitation from the Caligny trader, whose name is Dan, um, which isn't his Caligny name. That's like his common name. He just goes by Dan. And his son Garf, and his son Garf is like a 10-year-old. But he's essentially he brought Garf with him to be like, hey, let me show you like surface people so that you know that they're not like bad or not.
Mm-hmm.
And he had, amongst a few things to trade with you guys, he also had some information about sort of what's going on in the Darklands relatively just below your feet. He had noted movement amongst the snake folk, and also that he had overheard them speaking at some point. And they mentioned hiring a guy who is known as the Poacher. The Poacher, insofar as Dan is aware, is supposed to be some sort of like trollsh guy. And while he definitely does literally poach animals, he also poaches people, if the price is right. So the fact that the snake people have like hired him basically doesn't mean anything good for anybody.
Yeah.
But Dan put two and two together and was like, I should probably let the adventurers upstairs know about that. So that's what he did. After that, the the next day, the party, which does include Tim, but not any of the other NPCs, saddled up on a fixed up Mr. Servos, and they rolled down the trails, hit the road, and then turned and moved to the southeast to hit the city of Whitford, which is where we are right now. While you were in the you guys arrived in the later evening, and once you did, it was first of all, it was immediately clear that like things may not really go well for y'all here. There is a heavy military presence. This is essentially a 100% military town. Is that Johnny?
Yes.
Johnny back? Ah, excellent. Good. We're just getting into like the roof from what happened last night.
That's
So you guys got to Whitford. There was a very heavy guard presence because this is a almost 100% military town. And while in and of itself that's not like weird, what is kind of weird is that one of the people who wields like like authority power here is a dwarf, which is the first dwarf that has appeared in the campaign as of yet. That dwarf is known as Lawbringer Cod of Clan Battlemire, and Lawbringer Cod is also specifically a Hell Knight. Dude is teched out with some vicious looking weaponry and extremely heavy armor. And he also knows how to speak Shuni, of all fucking things. And he told Jamal that, like, who you are, runner, don't fuck up while you're under, while you're in town, or legally, illegally. So yeah, he just basically threatened Jamal specifically, but the party at large, that he is part of the law here, and if you guys break that law, he has absolutely no problem introducing you to death. But otherwise, the reason that we are here in Whitford is because Callie needs to upgrade her ability to create items for the party and herself. And to do that in any sort of significant manner, Callie needs a functional workshop, which means either access to a pre-existing one, which technically speaking, Callie could do. Callie could come here to Whitford and, just essentially rent a local workshop to make things done. But obviously, of course, that involves the travel of time and then the money of that. So the quote-unquote better option is for Callie to grab the physical supplies and also skilled labor that she would need in order to establish her own workshop somewhere very near to where the camp is currently located. So that's why we're here. And in the pursuit of that, Callie had a very strong plan that involved Callie and maybe one other person, and then just kind of assumed that the rest of the party would go along. That assumption turned out to be not exactly correct, which is why the party at the moment, the day after you guys arrived, which is why the party is in two different locations. The first location is the and I should write this on the map as I'm about to say it. But the first location, which has most of the party in it, is the Fantasy Motel 5, which is like a Motel 6, but worse.
Motel 5.
Okay, so yeah, it's Motel 5, Fantasy Motel 5, and yeah, it is just it's a hell of a place, let me tell you. Okay, so anyways, the Motel 5 is where half of the party currently is. This half of the party is June and Jamal and Laria, Tim, who is in NPC mode. Meanwhile, Callie and Seamus are currently down at the actual dock area. Down a guy called Minot the Alchemist, with disgraced in, parentheses next to that. And they've managed to actually track down where Minot stays at. And they've come to this creepy looking shop slash house slash clinic place. And they are just about to walk in and meet Minot. Meanwhile, the rest of the party back at the Motel 5 actually had a very significant and emotional sort of scene with each other, because Jamal has been having a bad time of it. What with the Hell Knight and everything being here, it has sort of basically triggered some PTSD flashbacks and things like that for Jamal. And Jamal's been trying to just drink his problems away. So that we're clear on what we are otherwise doing today for this session, is we have two social encounters that are going on simultaneously with the two different sides of the party. So
didn't we finish?
Yes.
Our thing with Jamal, or is it still going?
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. That is finished. That's done.
Mm-hmm.
But the social encounter that you are about to be involved in is literally about to walk the front door. But yeah, I just wanted to point out that is mechanically speaking, what we are doing today is we've got two social encounters which are multi-staged, and I guess the win state, such as it were, is the party doesn't get arrested or unalived, and also convinces a couple of specific NPCs, which can be found here in Whitford, to accompany them back to the camp for the whole workhouse thing, or workshop, excuse me. So that's the goal, is to not get arrested, not die, um, and actually go back with, stuff that's useful for you. So, all of that said, before we jump in with Manal the Alchemist, and Callie, let me do actually walk that other social encounter through the front door. So, everybody except Callie and Seamus, if you guys would all roll me a perception check, please.
Okay.
I do have a guess to who you might run into, honestly. This guy like drinking fucking.
Well, as a question, Sarah, who art our birthday person?
Oh yeah, before we get started, everybody wish Syrup a happy birthday.
Yeah,
What am I drinking?
very much happy birthday.
Currently, we're drinking Irish whiskey. Trying Irish whiskey.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Are you just drinking? Are you just drinking uncut Irish whiskey? Wow, it is like
the best, bro. What do you mean?
It is like 6:30 in the evening on a Saturday, and you're already into the liquor.
It was like.
Okay.
I want to try an Irish whiskey.
Did you eat something before that?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Because that will slow the absorption. All right.
Don't worry, I will be safe.
Okay. Give me just a second here so that I can pull up the appropriate bad guys. All right, let's see here.
I mean, definitely who it's probably going to be, though.
All right, there's
this big bad guy that's probably going to fight.
That guy.
And all I have to say, if it is that guy, make sure at least his head is still left.
What?
The head's important.
So that we gotta collect on that bounty, boys. All right, I'm just making an executive decision.
All right, so I've got the appropriate pulled up. Okay, so wait a minute. I also need, because these guys are important. I cannot forget that these guys are here. Okay. All right. So, starting off with these perception checks. These are all extraordinarily good perception checks, and I'm pretty sure it completely demolishes these guys' stealth DCs. That is correct. Okay. Good. Everyone is aware of this. So, half of the party here at the Motel 5, which it bears pointing out that what we're talking about here physically with the Motel 5. The Motel 5, just for buildings and whatnot. I'm sure that all of you have probably at least driven past a Motel 6 at some point, and we're talking like the old style pull-up motels where it's all a single story. You've got the check-in room that's on the end, and then it's otherwise just a whole bunch of rooms, like a long hallway, like a long open breezeway hallway, essentially. And then there's a row of rooms on either side of that hallway. They all count, quote unquote, as one building, but it's very easy though to just walk up to the breezeway door, walk down to your room, and go into your room, and then never see anybody else who happens to be staying here at the end. But since you guys are all gathered at the moment in Jamal's room, as Jamal is still feeling the effects of his hangover and everything, everyone hears the heavy steps of several individuals who have that jingle jangle of armor and equipment and stuff like that. And you guys get just a moment of like hearing all of that before there is a polite knock on the door.
Where are we at again?
You Laria is currently in a like 7x12 cheap ass motel room.
Okay.
Jamal is sitting on the bed because he's like nursing a hangover, and he was telling you last time about how he was just having like a bad time because of the stuff that reminds him of his time in the war and whatnot. So he's basically has just finished telling you this. You hear the thump 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 of multiple heavy booted feet approach the room, and then there is a polite knock on the door. So with that polite knock, does anybody do anything?
Are we like all in the same room, or they're just knocking on everyone's door?
Oh no, you're all in at the moment.
He's saying that
Jamal's
we're
room.
in Jamal's room,
Oh,
and
okay.
we're like, we were how we were before. We were like, talking with him and like kind of comforting him, make sure he doesn't, do anything rash. And then we hear a bunch of heavy footsteps, like people in armor, come to the door that we're in and knock politely.
Yeah, there is a like I want to say they're not banging on the door, but they come up, they make a firm like knock knock knock, kind of like thing. They have not said anything here in this first like couple of seconds. It's just the knock. So what I need to know is I need to know what is the party doing for those of you who are here in the room.
Who is it?
Don't talk all at once, guys.
Well,
Jamal's still in his moment.
I mean, they didn't say anything.
to
so
answer-
probably not like guards. or
Mhm.
something. They would probably like have like said something instead of just not.
well, June did just ask, who is it?
Yeah.
Um,
I heard it.
To which you guys hear the innkeeper's voice. The innkeeper, to be clear, he is a human dude, kind of a portly middle-aged man. And he's, although he does have, like everybody in this fucking town, he does have very clear, like, sailor military tattoos, like he's got a whole sleeve of them. So he definitely was at some point like in the military, but right now he's running this inn, and he had just knocked on the door, and you hear him speak up, and he says, "Hate to interrupt, but there are MPs here. Want to talk to you, talk to Mr." And there's a brief pause. He's like checking his like sign-in sheet, and he's like, "Mr. Jamal. Also Miss Laria, and this other signature here I can't quite read." But then the door. You guys can hear him like fishing around for keys and like going to like unlock the door. So you guys essentially have one round to do anything before the door opens up.
Are we? Do we have our like weapons and equipment on us?
Well, everybody had their opportunity to do their daily preparations, which assumedly means that there would have been very little that you probably would have left behind in your. So the only person who I think may be under-equipped at the moment is Jamal, because he was nursing that hangover. He slept late. He had to be dragged in literally from the streets.
Yeah.
So he may just be sitting there in like his regular clothing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But here in this brief window of period of time, everybody's probably got all of their basic equipment and everything that they would have on them.
But he said he was there with who?
The police. The police are at the door asking to talk to us.
Yeah, he's there. He specifically said MP, which is military police. So like armed naval guards are also there with him.
It might be for the public drunkenness. Let's be honest.
I mean, could be. You guys don't know actually what the actual full list of
Yeah.
laws and everything is in this town. But if nobody does anything else specifically, 6 seconds later, the door opens.
I was gonna
revealing
say
the-
if
Mhm.
if we have that time to like that 6 second, like that one round, I would like to attempt to hide my weapon, like my
Okay.
my knife in my sleeve, how I usually do that,
Okay. All right. If you are going to conceal a weapon, I don't know off the top of my head if that's a check that you make or if you just set the DC. Let me check on that.
Good question, actually.
Yeah, conceal an object is the thing that we're looking for here. Object in question being a weapon. Let's see
God
here.
damn it! I got it. Oh, come on.
Okay. Conceal
Honestly,
an
Valeria
object.
doesn't have anything on her.
Okay.
Like I think her
Move.
musket is in the
Quick,
robot.
quick! Set up a saw trap at the door.
Randomly,
Home Alone that shit.
Yeah, just throw a snare up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it does need to be an item that has a either nothing for bulk or is or is lighter or excuse me, is less than a 1. So if it's a either slash or an L in the bulk, then you can hide this small object on your person. It requires a single action for you to do it.
Yeah.
And let's see here. When you try to conceal an object of any sort past someone who might notice it, the game master rolls your stealth check and compares it to the passive observer's perception DC. Okay, so I'm the one who makes the stealth check for you.
Oh, that's gonna be great. But yeah, just like
Okay.
the normal way I've like described it before, like there's like a little I wouldn't say it like notch, but just like that kind of seam in between the sleeve, like where it's literally tucked under my sleeve.
Yeah, just like the opening inside of the sleeve to like slip it inside. Is it your regular dagger or is it the magical?
Sorry if you guys can hear the screaming. I'm sorry. Wait, I had a magical dagger? Did I?
Didn't you pick up the black steel dagger? The one that's
that was from
poisonous in the dark?
I think I forgot to add that to actually add it to my list. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you for
no problem.
thank you for
I
reminding me.
actually just added it earlier on the loot channel in Discord.
Okay, I'll but if it is, then
it stats otherwise our regular dagger, which would be a light item.
I think June would prefer that dagger over a normal dagger.
Okay. All right. So
sorry, I didn't mean to
June,
call this whole tangent.
No, you're good. Because it's good that we go over these particular rules. I honestly should have put that stuff into the server earlier so that it could be put onto people's sheets, but it is there, and it's good to know that you've got it on you. Okay,
yes.
So
the black steel dagger.
Let me come over here to roll 20. You may see your character sheets open and close. That's just me coming in and out of them to click on stuff. All right, so June. We open up June's sheet. Let's see here. We need June to make a stealth check. I'm going to click on the whisper function. So this goes just to and
That's a
click
strange
stealth.
flavor.
Okay, so there is the stealth check for
I don't like
that. Let's turn off whisper and then close sheet. Okay, so let's see. These guys then get their perception DCs. Okay. All right. So the innkeeper, who is the guy who opens up the door, he does not make any like motion or like look or glance or any sort of indication that he knows that June may or may not have a like concealed weapon on her.
Can I cast read the air?
Yes, you can. You can do
Okay.
that.
I'm just gonna say, can we like find out what the charges are before we start killing people at the very least?
I mean, that would probably be a good idea. Okay, so as part of casting this spell, you can use society to recall knowledge to gain information about the immediate social situation. You also get a +1 status bonus on your next diplomacy check to make an impression, which is what you are about to do. So this is a good thing for you to do. So then, Laria, as part of your real quick read of the air at just as the door see you cast it, would you please go ahead and make a society check?
Society. Alright.
Oof.
You're unsure, but it seems tense.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay, so yeah, DC was 15, but you do have the +1 status bonus to your next diplomacy check to make an impression. As I'm going to count all of the guys outside the door as present for when you cast the spell, so that the bonuses you fix all of them. Okay, so in this moment, the innkeeper opens the door. He looks pretty much the same way that he looked the other night when you guys were into the rooms. He is wearing fresh clothing. It's not like he's been up all night or anything. But he is standing there. He's got his like clipboard with like all the like sign-in names and everything on there, which has name or any false names that you may have given. At the moment, that's not particularly important, but he does have that, and you guys can see behind him like 6 guards. These guys are, or well, they appear to be. They're all the right size and shape to be humans. They are armored in scale mail, so that you're aware. They do not have, at the moment, any weapons drawn, but they do quite clearly have on them their own, like, you know, big honking daggers, much in the same way that, like, Jamal's got one. Honking. They also are armed with crossbows, which are currently casually slung at their side. Nobody's holding any of them, but they are, you know, like a moment snap to like bring those up. But there are, like I said, 6 of them and the one innkeeper. And the innkeeper kind of glances over the party real quick, and he then turns and he looks back at the guards and he says, "This is most of them.
Can we help you with something?"
Okay.
Yeah. These. Okay. Look, there are some people over in the main room that have some questions that they would like to ask you. I don't know what those questions are. I'm just being told that they want you to be escorted over to the main room. You know, try to keep violence and property damage to a minimum. You know, that kind of thing.
Oh, so they're not. No one's being charged with anything.
No is currently being charged with. But the innkeeper, though, does point on his sheet. He like shows it to like one of the guards. He points it over there, and he's like, "I believe the automaton is over in that room over there, and that room over there is." He's like, and that room over there is where the what's her? He looks back at it. He like squints at it. He's like, says her name is Kano, something like that. She's over in that room, and right over there is the wizardly looking fellow. It's just a string of initials. You know, like it just says, you know, the initials on there. But yeah, he shows them that and whatnot. 4 of the 6 guards then break off to go knock on those other room doors. And I mean, they are literally like, 15 feet away. So it's not like they're gone. But they go over there and they start knocking on doors. The other 2 guards, they, one of them raises his hand to you guys and he's like, I'm going to need you folks to step out of the room. If you've got any weapons, magical or otherwise, if you've got any spell components, foci or anything like that, I am going to request that you avoid touching them or reaching for them in a quick or aggressive manner. We don't want violence to just break out over, somebody getting a little itchy.
Neither do we.
Yeah.
So they step back so that the party can exit the room, and then they funnel, unless you guys try to do something, they then funnel the party down the hallway a short distance. It's only like 25 feet to where it then opens up into the sort of like office / main room of the Motel 5. And in that room, as you guys come down there, there are another 4 guards who are armored and armed just like the dudes in the hallway. But in addition to them, sitting at kind of like the central table that's set up here, there is a human looking guy who is wearing a military uniform, like specifically with a whole bunch of like pins and patches and stuff like that denote his like rank and positioning and all that sort of stuff. And if you guys want to make a society checks on that, you can do so if you would like to figure out what his ranks and what they might mean.
Mm-hmm.
But standing slightly behind him is an individual that you guys have seen before. Again, wearing his heavy steel plate. There is a 4 foot wide, slightly more than 4 foot tall, armored knight that has like horns and chains for a beard on his helmet and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only part of him that you actually see, like the only person part, are his eyes, which are pretty like deep set back into his helm. But you can quite clearly see the fleshy, humanoid eyes on the inside of the thing.
Yeah. Quick question: would me or Jamal, I guess like either like just like innately know or like have like advantage or whatever for the ranking on that guy?
You would gain a +2 circumstance bonus to the society check for that. So yes.
No problem. And Jamal's drunk, so he can't. he's having a little trouble. Oh,
I guess what do you think, society?
Yes, society.
All
right.
Doing bad roll.
I have somehow rolled worse than the drunk dog.
It's just fun.
Yeah, and Jamal currently also has like negative several of his skills because of the fact that he's fighting such a strong hangover. But yeah, you don't know what any of it actually means. I will say though that it doesn't require a society check for you guys to know that he is a officer of some sort. This man rank, like actual literal rank. But also, as I mentioned, the Lawbringer, his actual specific name, Lawbringer Cod, the Dwarven Hell Knight, is standing essentially at this guy's shoulder. None of his weapons are drawn, but he is standing there in this is not a casual pose. Like he's ready at a moment's notice to like break out the violence. But they walk you in. They close the door. They walk you in. They put a hand up to like stop the innkeeper himself from walking into his own inn, and then they close the door so that he's not in the room with the rest of you.
Good thing Callie isn't here.
Very thankful that Callie isn't here. June's gonna.
But then again, this whole thing might not even be my fault to begin with.
Well, we're about to test that theory. Okay, so they let y'all like step up to the table, and then the guy who's wearing the officer outfit, he kind of steeples his hands in front of himself, and he says, "Hello, good morning. Actually, my name is Rawl. I am a senior officer of the Imperial Navy Research and Development Department here in Whitford. Basically the mayor. So let me cut to the chase here. There was a theft last night over in the... What was the name of that place? The Cotton Square section of town, where we keep most of our laboratories and developmental buildings and stuff like that. And
Oh my god.
I am currently missing something extraordinarily valuable
It
to some of the
wasn't me this
research
time.
that we are pursuing. At the site of that theft, there was one witness who said that they saw a person leaving the area. This was at distance, so they didn't have a good view on like details and stuff. But this person left tracks, and those tracks then led to large mechanical tracks. And, well, you folks came rolling into town with a large mechanical vehicle in tow. These footprints were relatively small, and my best people say that they are highly likely to either be the footprints of a woman or possibly a child. And wouldn't you know it, there's a woman, kind of like gestures at June, and there's also supposed to be a child. He looks at one of the guards as the other like 4 guards that were sent down there walk in with NPC Tim, but no Callie or and those guards that specifically went to those rooms, nobody answered. They opened the doors, there was nobody there. And then another guard comes in from behind, so there's now 11 guards in this room. It's getting kind of cramped. But another guard comes in, and he says that the innkeeper had mentioned the fact that the mecha was tethered up at the post last night, but the mecha is currently not tethered up at the post because the mecha is currently with its owner at another part of town. But that's what this guy says. Rawl specifically, it's spelled like Paul but with an R. Rawl says, so you folks rolled into town last night. You had a large mecha with you, and I've got here from some polls that the young Azurketi woman and the fellow in the long robes were both spotted right there on the edge of the square last night. So I need my rings back. And
Rings?
Yeah, ring.
Yeah,
everyone in the room is
I
just
need
like
my
rings question mark.
Jamal just stays and like, huh? And that's all he says.
As bad as it would have been that Callie would have been here, it probably would have been essential that she is here because all that shit is bullshit.
So yeah, he looks at you guys and like, he easily reads the fact that you're not responding to him in a like your response is a like what kind of response. So he kind of leans forward a little bit to sort of look at the party, and he's like, I need my rings.
Well,
They are precious. They're very important to research.
What was your name again, sir?
You can call me Officer Rowell.
Well,
Excuse me, Officer
Rel,
Wall.
I can't say about your jewelry, but I have been here since I checked in last night. In fact, I just went to my, and kind of points to, or kind of nods to Jamal, my friend here's room, just before you arrived, with to help him in his inebriated state.
Oh God.
I can't. I cannot say where my other compatriots are. And Tim is here, right? So it's just Callie and Shadows of Money Game that are gone.
Yeah. Callie and Seamus are the only ones not here.
But I can assure you that if they were the ones that stole from you, I personally will help you seek retribution from them, because they just seem to be quite a nuisance.
Well,
I haven't even stolen anything yet. What are you talking about?
I mean,
Got it. On his
we're
butt.
yeah. We're all, out of, like, this is just in character, I'm not being. So why don't we go back from the beginning? You say that someone saw a woman, and there were tracks.
they saw a figure, to be specific.
So they didn't even confirm the gender, but you are just guessing?
Distance and darkness, yeah. Well, it's not exactly a guess, no ma'am. I have in my employ some extremely good investigators, people who know what they are looking at, and also
They need to get some
recognize
new
when things are changed, and or hidden, that sort of thing. From the testimony that I do have, which comes from one of my own employees, he said that he saw a figure in the dark and in the distance. He is human, so you understand that his night vision is not as good as some other people. And he kind of like side eyes at the dwarf, but doesn't like actually turn to like direction. But he kind of side eyes at the dwarf, and then he looks back specifically at June, and he says that according to that testimony, the figure was slim and graceful in their movements, and that the tracks that we found later on were small, humanoid, booted, but slightly more than half the size of my own. And it's not like I don't have ginormous feet or anything like that, but to be that small, we are again a smaller framed woman such as yourself, or a child, which technically woman and child also covers the Azarketi that came into town with you. The thing that really brought us back to this current moment is the fact that those tracks were followed to where they crossed another set of tracks, which is that of a large-legged mechanical vehicle of some variety. And given the fact that you rolled in with one last night, in addition to the fact that a separate guard patrol ran across the Azuketi woman and the robed member of the party last night, within half a block of where the theft took place, well, that doesn't look very good for you.
No, it does not.
However, let me go ahead and say that at the moment, and again, he kind of like side-eyes the dwarf, you are not being charged with anything. I would agree in court that the evidence that we have is circumstantial, but it is strong circumstantial evidence, and frankly, the rings are much more important. And to be clear, I'm not talking about jewelry. They are a piece of a ongoing high-level research experimentation, and that experiment is of utmost importance to the Empire at large and Emperor Eudor specifically. So their value far exceeds what their materials are made out of. And should you happen to know the location of those rings, it would be, first of all, very useful for you to give that information to me, and I am willing to pay you for that information. At which point, he then, reaches into his uniform jacket. He pulls out a wallet, opens up the wallet, fishes out a slip of paper, which on the back side you can see the official seal of the Empire, and various official seals for the military and stuff on it. And he throws that on the table, just kind of flicks it like a card onto the table, so close to where you are at. And again, June, being from the Empire herself, she knows exactly what she's looking at. This is a promissory note. This note on it is worth 12,000 gold.
Oh my god.
Can I do an insight or whatever kind of equivalent check is in Pathfinder? I think it's just perception, right? For this dude.
Well, yeah, it would be perception, but what are you trying to do specifically?
He for one just told us that he isn't quite sure that we're the suspects in this case. If anything, we seem to not know
Profiling.
Yeah, if anything, we seem to generally not know what he's talking about. That doesn't make us quite innocent. We could just be accomplices or middlemen. But yeah. The fact that he said these aren't jewelry, they're part of they're vital for a research project that they're doing, and he's just dropping thousands of gold is trying to bribe us, and he oh my fucking god, their screaming is getting so loud. I'm so very sorry.
Murder.
I'm so very sorry, guys.
You're fine.
This is what I have to deal with.
Yeah.
It's
I
Sounds
get you.
like they're screaming into a can.
they are downstairs. They are downstairs, at the other side of the house.
Jesus Christ.
Good
Yeah.
Lord.
Damn, your house is very
To get back on subject, yeah. He says that it's circumstantial, but doesn't exactly disprove prove our innocence or disprove our guilt, and that they aren't jewelry rings, but important research material, and that he's just waving essentially $1,000 at us, saying hey, you sure you don't know anything?
And this happened last night.
This happened last night, according to him.
And Lariat was meditating the whole time. So this is also confusing her as well.
Okay, so Well, before we move on to the next
essential
thing,
two people are missing
Yeah.
from this conversation.
yeah. So here's the thing: is that everybody who is currently in this, at the inn, who are having this conversation with the guards facing them down, you guys know for a fact that after you got here into town, it was late. Callie immediately launched into like her initial investigation, which involved her, Seamus, and Jamal heading over to a place where they could get food and drinks and whatnot, which is literally physically right around the corner. And that at some point later in the evening, because you guys all stayed in your rooms and everything, at some point later in the evening, Jamal came back absolutely shit-faced drunk, like so much so that he collapsed on like the front step of the inn, and somebody, either a member of the party or somebody else, was able to carry him back to his room and set him on his side so he didn't, in case he threw up. So that's what everybody who's currently present in the party knows. You know that it wasn't until much later that Callie and Seamus came back. And you know that this earlier in the day, that Callie was already ready to launch into like step 2 of her plan. And then Callie, Seamus, like untethered Mr. Servos, and then went off to go like tackle something. Callie did actually ask the party to
join her.
Not to join her, but specifically to like ask around to see if they could like canvass the town and find more information.
And that
like
was
individuals who might theoretically like fit with what she wants to do.
And that was today.
Yeah, that was today. That happened first thing in the morning. So right after daily preparations, because right now it is practically lunchtime. So earlier in the day, you guys had taken your daily preparations. Callie asked the party to canvass the town essentially, and to look for individual that had a couple of like symbols on them, sigils, pins, tattoos, like that kind of thing, because Callie was that mixture of stuff would lead the party, mostly Callie though, to the right kind of people to hire for this job that she wants to do. The party didn't do that. They just stayed here, like, checked on Jamal. Jamal finally had later in the day, and it has been since then, like maybe an hour has passed.
Yeah.
But yeah, this guy just laid down like this guy just put generational wealth on the table to like, if you you can tell from him, I'm going to go ahead and say that you don't need a check for this.
Sold out
that
for
this guy,
generational wealth.
that this guy thinks that you had something to do with it. He's still being polite about it, but like, he clearly thinks you have something to do with it or know something. He is putting a, like unavoidable like amount of money on the table, just straight up for you guys to spill the beans. That you do not need a check for. However, though, if you want to make a check to try to glean other information, you can do so. That would be either perception or society.
I'm gonna go with perception because my society's a flat 0.
Okay.
Oof. You know what? I'm gonna re-roll that because with my hero point from there, so I go from 2 to 1. And I'm gonna do another perception.
Oh yeah, and that is the other thing. Everybody does get a hero point. If you're at the max of 3, you get another hero point.
18. I'll take an 18.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
All right then.
I'm gonna use my.
Okay, and a 21
Okay.
from Mario. Okay.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah, I got
then.
2.
All right. Okay. So
Do what Jamal did.
Jamal can make a perception check if he wants to. He's still operating with the negative from the hangover, but if he wants to make a perception check, he can.
I'm like, he's not even gonna try to because he's too drunk.
Fine enough. Fine enough. Okay, so with June and Laria both just like, shit, we may have like, this might get serious here in a second. You really focus in on sort of like what you're getting, body language and all that sort of stuff. And as I mentioned, this guy, Rawl, who is an officer and therefore wields like both, literal and political power here in town. He clearly thinks that you guys have something to do with this theft. But he is at the moment very willing to pay you to just get the thing that he wants back rather than actually press charges. You can tell, though, with your checks, that his patience is beginning to already run thin. Like, he's still being polite and everything, but his patience is running thin, and just sort of like considering how everything is set up around you, there are 11 guys plus a Hell Knight plus this officer with you, and if he wants to get violent about it, the party's gonna lose. So, as we dial back into the conversation, he's put this generational wealth amount promissory note on the table. And he specifically says, if you give me back my rings or lead me to where they are, this is yours. And I don't give a shit what you do with it after that. He kind of like sits back in the chair. He does at this point look over at the Hell Knight, and he addresses Cod, and he says, Lawbringer, if they cooperate, they are allowed to leave town. And the Lawbringer nods. He doesn't say anything. He just nods curtly, just like a, understood kind of thing. But then the guy looks back over at you guys and is at the moment patiently waiting for your answer.
All right. June is gonna just raise an eyebrow to that. She's gonna cross her arms and look to Laria and like see what she thinks. Like. Laria?
Ilaria would just say, it seems that we would have no choice but to cooperate with them.
Is she saying that, or she's like, like giving me like a nonverbal communication?
It would probably be nonverbal.
All right.
Okay.
Damn, bro, I've been here
I just
one
want to
day.
give Tim the option to...
Damn, bro, I've been here 2
make a
days and I'm already getting racially profiled. I fucking hate it here.
I know.
Okay, so with all of that said, and the party having like a brief moment to like convene with each other, which I'll go ahead and say, like, Tim being Tim kind of like leans in to where you guys are at, so his head is like vaguely in between the two of you, and he's like, I don't know what they're talking about either.
Didn't he talk to somebody on the roof or something in Utopian?
That is true.
Yeah, I remember you saying something like that.
I mean,
Like,
yeah, that did happen, but you guys weren't there. Be aware of that even happening.
Who
Would be
somebody
June
heard him?
and Laria.
Which one was it?
June
One of you
and
guys
Laria.
heard him speaking to somebody.
Yeah, June and Laria, who have rooms next to each other. And the other side of their rooms is the like tie-up post for where, where they put like mounts and where Mr. Servo's parked. In the evening, Tim was over there for some reason, but then he paused and he said something in Utopian to someone else. You couldn't really hear much of a response, though there definitely did seem to be a response because Tim said something else in Utopian, and then he came back and just, went into his room and did whatever Tim does when he's by himself. So yeah, you two do know that was a thing that happened. So you do all know that happened, but nobody else in the party is otherwise aware of it.
So, are you fine like with me responding, or do you want Larry to respond to them? Like, what do you want to do? Because it's just us three technically right now, or four, because Tim. But yeah.
But yeah, Tim is technically there. So yeah, Zany, do you want
Yeah, but,
June just take the lead?
like before they said anything, Larry already had the feeling that we would have no choice but to do this because there's
Okay.
like so many guards.
Okay. So then what I'm going to say then is that June will need to do the action of make an impression, and I'm going to say that the bonus that Laria got from casting of read the air earlier, I'm going to say that Laria would be able to just like pass that on to June, since June's going to be the one to make the actual check. So
like
June
assist or
does get a
whatever.
+1 to this. Yeah, so like an assist, and make an impression. That specific action. Let's see here. So with at least 1 minute worth of conversation, during which you engage in various overtures of cooperation and things like all of that, you are seeking to make a good impression, so that when you guys do the whole we don't know, they hopefully do not immediately launch into some sort of greater amount of suspicions. So that is what June is attempting to do, is to make a diplomacy check with the +1 bonus against the will DC of a single target. You have 2 potential targets, so it's going to be an 18.
And that was going to be against
an 18.
Raoul.
Okay, so versus Raoul.
June's going to say, look, Officer Raoul, I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. If I did know where your rings were, I would be more than happy to give it to you, especially if it was that irritating what's the Cali's species name again? Sorry.
Azurketi.
Azurketi. Yeah, I always think it's like kitty. Especially if that was that annoying Azurketi.
Damn.
We are more than willing to cooperate, but I am being honest here when I tell you I have no clue where those rings would be.
Officer Rawl looks June up and down for a moment, and June can quite clearly see that he's taking what she said and is sort of turning it over in his head. And then after a couple of seconds, he looks past you guys at the guards, and he says, and again in a very sort of calm tone, check their rooms, ransack them if you have to. And then he looks back at you guys as multiple guards leave the room to go ransack in rooms. He then leans forward again to look at June, and he says to June, let's say for a moment that I believe you, that you don't know what I'm talking about. You don't know where my rings are. Then you and your other companions here in the room with me at the moment are free to go, assuming that, of course, we don't find anything in your rooms here in the next couple of minutes. However, there is still very much the question of that, what did you call her? Annoying? Young Azurketi woman. Where is she right now?
She left this morning. She said that she was looking for hirelings to start a factory? Or what was the sorry, out of character, what was the
A workshop.
Workshop.
I was gonna workshop. Yeah, I was gonna form a company of hirelings to make a
Mhm.
workshop. That's the cover story, anyway.
Yeah, which, real quick, just for point of clarification, Syrup, when Callie was given essentially the party their walking orders in the last session, I know that it was brought up kind of in a jokey, funny way about like Callie starting a cult. Did Callie actually tell the rest of the party that she was basically starting a cult under the guise of a company?
No. That was
Okay.
completely joking. No, she did not actually say that. She said that she
All right.
was going to get hirelings, something along the lines of getting hirelings, start a company, and make a workshop, so that she could make more items for the party, something like that.
Okay, so then that would imply, of course, that everything that June has otherwise said is the truth. All right. So she left earlier this morning, looking for hirelings to staff a workshop. Do I have that correct?
That's what she told us. She wanted to get us all to join her this morning to spread the word. I think is the saying. But I wasn't interested at all. As I said, I don't really think too highly of her, as you can tell.
I can see that. Let me ask you then a personal question, and I would appreciate honest answer, since at the moment we are operating on honesty between us. If you don't think particularly highly of this as a kitty girl, why don't you think highly of her?
Let's just say she's caused a lot of headaches for our little adventuring group. For instance, she rode her she rode her what would you call it, a vehicle or mech, or would be the appropriate
You
word.
could call it a vehicle or a mech. They've used either word to describe Mr. Servos. They have actually specifically said mech.
Okay.
And they also have specifically said vehicle.
Yeah, she
Just
rode
dispose
her
of, like,
she
criminal
rode her
offenses.
mech over a building and crashed through the roof. That
I
took
didn't actually crash through the roof, though. I almost nearly crashed through the roof. Correction, I nearly crashed through the roof.
Yeah, June's laying a little bit
Syrup,
thick here,
syrup,
but
syrup.
Well, I'm trying to.
So
I'm trying not to get
that
arrested here. Okay?
That took a lot of effort to not get us arrested that night, or worse.
where did this happen at?
That happened over in Harham, which is where we just came from.
I see. All right. Thank you for telling me this. I will take it. I will take that under advisement. Dealing with the Azure Kitty woman. Now, we're going to sit here and wait just a minute to see if anything is found within your rooms. These rooms are not particularly large nor well furnished, so I don't expect it to take long. But at the same time, I do not wish to pay for extensive repairs to the flooring or walls, just in case anything was stowed away in some little hidey hole. As you can see, I don't have an issue with the money. It's just simply I don't want to have to do that to someone who has served the Empire and the Empress well for many years, both in and outside of active military duty. He is referring to the innkeeper here. But he says, once we have determined that there is nothing hidden in any of your, then I suppose that the rest of you are, well, those of you who are here are free to go. We will be looking for the Azurketi woman and the robed figure, and he takes a moment to take like a little like he's got like a basically a little postcard like thing on his on the table in front of him, and he like flips it over and like reads it for a second, and he says, "Speaking of the robed figure, that was a Konrasu." You wouldn't happen to know what that Konrasu's purpose is here, do you?
As far as I can tell, they just seem to be a bit of an adoptive parent to the Azarketti.
Oh.
All right. So,
Did you guys hear that?
What happened?
I was
Pop something.
Oof.
I
Yeah.
popped my neck and it hurt.
he just kind of nods and like takes that information in, and then he looks over at the dwarf, at Hell Knight, Lawbringer, and he says to him, like, "Do you have any questions at this time?" And the Hell Knight looks at Jamal specifically, and he says, he speaks in Shuni, so Jamal understands this. He says, "Tunnel Runner, did you or any of your companions take the gears that this human is talking about?" They are made out of precious metals and gems.
I'm like, somewhere in me felt like, and that's just out of character, right? It's like, somewhere in me, the fact he's talking and shooting Jamal, but he's talking to him in a way like he's not technically like looking down believe on him. Like
It's a boss, Jay.
Oh yeah,
Well,
this guy is
well,
looking down on you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, but not even that. Including the fact Jamal understands common, but he's speaking and shooting like he don't even understand, which is what's kind of feel like it's a bit disrespectful. But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he is speaking to you in your native language, possibly because he is implying that you don't speak common that well. But yeah, that's what he asks. Is he asks in Shuni, if you or any of your companions have anything to do the theft of this human's gears, and he does specifically use the term gears.
Did I steal some goddamn?
I would say Jamal slumped over, still in a drunken haze. You just replied to his screen and said no. He says no. End quote.
He nods. Like he just nods, like acknowledging your statement, kind of thing. But then he turns and he looks at the human guy, and he switches back to common, and he says, "No, sir, no further questions." And then they all stand there awkwardly and wait for the ransacking of your rooms to happen. And while that's happening, we're now going to switch gears and head down to the docks, and we're going to go to the other half of the party. So,
And
The
y'all
other half,
Seamus.
only
running.
two.
So,
Meaning two.
Seamus and Callie, you guys are at the moment standing in front of what looks like a dilapidated, literally physically diseased shack, as a lot of the planks are twisted and misshapen, and there are like there's either some really gnarly fungus or straight up cancerous growths coming out of some of these wood planks. They do move on occasion, by the way, like they pulse like there's a heartbeat. But like the door just opened itself, and you guys, like hear someone like whistling from the inside of the building, just kind of like whistling along with the occasional like slap chop noise of a cleaver hitting a like cut noise. So yeah, you're going to enjoy some nuts.
He's gonna slap my nuts.
But that is inside this building. It is right there, and what are you going to do?
What do I do, Lord?
Well, I guess we kind of go in. I guess.
We've all, Callie, we've all.
Yeah, we've all just stay on alert. Stay on alert. Get that magic missile ready.
You already know, magic missile on reaction if he gets aggressive.
You might have to throw off your cloak and suplex him with your fucking swollen wooden abs.
like for real. Okay, so you guys step in. Question: the area that is like directly in front of this building, you did have to like squeeze, at least for Mr. Servos anyways, you did have to squeeze to get into this like courtyard area, but there is enough room for Mr. Servos to just sort of like sit here.
In the courtyard.
Are you going to have Mr. Servos follow you into the building, which is, as best as you can see, is like a little.
No.
I say little, but like it's a shack. Do you want him to follow, or do you want him to sit outside?
I want him to sit outside.
Yeah, have him sit outside, and then if
I'll have him on a moment's notice. If anything goes wrong, he'll run in there, and it's Roboclobber time.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Servos goes on to standby mode, wait for mom to call, and then beat the shit out of someone.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mr. Servos gives you the affirmative beep beep, orders received. So then you guys step into the abode. The inside of the building, right up here up front, is very dimly lit, which only actually really affects Seamus because Callie has low light vision, correct?
Yeah.
Low light vision. Yep.
Okay. So the lighting's not like great in here, but it's not so dark that it would fuck with somebody who has otherwise been normal like sight. And this front part very much looks like a shop that you would step into. There's a sort of like a general area that is up front. There's like a small table and chairs, if you gotta like sit and wait or whatever. There is a counter which is set forward a little bit from the like interior wall, and that interior wall then has like a beaded curtain that goes back somewhere, which is where the whistle chopping noise is coming from. Besides the counter and the chairs, there are pamphlets, which are like in little niches, like set onto the wall and onto the countertops and all that sort of stuff, that are essentially just folded pieces of paper that have handwritten on them basically an advertisement for Manau's alchemical, surgical, and live bait services. And there's a final whack noise in the back, and the whistling gets mildly louder as a individual exits, enters into the room, exits from the back, but enters into this room through the beaded curtain, and steps forward and comes up to the counter and like puts their hands down, looks at you guys and says, welcome to Manaus. Welcome. Are you here for services or
services?
Are you here for
quotation marks?
or are you here for services with quotation marks around the quotation mark?
Hey, yo.
Quotation marks around the quotation mark.
So it's essentially, as far as like this guy is to be human. He is quite tall. He appears He doesn't look normal. Let me go ahead and tell you that. But he appears otherwise to be human. He is very tall. We're talking like taller than Tim is.
Damn.
He is rail thin, and you're basically looking at like Dr. Facilier from like the Disney movie. He's dark skinned, but not like dark skinned, and then that's like he's got a lot of melanin in his skin or whatever. He's dark skinned like a corpse that's like starting to rot, kind of like dark skin.
He's not a fae, is he? That's actually sounds kind of bad that I say.
Well, that would depend. Are you just going to
I-
ask him, or do you have a way of otherwise detecting that?
I mean, can I do a check first?
I mean, yes, yes, you can.
I could pick up on maybe what he is.
Would that be an Arcana check or something?
Well, let me give you an actual specific. Are either of you trained in religion?
I am.
So am
Okay,
I.
Okay, since both of you are actually trained in religion, you get to actually make this check. Go ahead and make a religion check.
Let's go.
Oh, that's not that bad.
Let's go.
Unfortunately, the 19's not high enough.
Oh.
Um,
Wow. Okay.
but
Damn.
the 21 just barely meets it.
Ooh.
Holy
Yeah, let's go.
shit.
Damn.
Let's go, bro.
Okay.
You already ordered?
The Dr. Facilier, Minau, the guy leaning on the counter as he leans over to like get a good look at you two and is giving you just a big welcoming like toothy smile. So since Seamus is an Aeon, and Aeons are all about like enforcing the like order of the cosmos and fate and all that sort of stuff. You know that what you are looking at is somebody who has told the natural things to eat a bag full of dicks. This guy probably was human at some point in his past. He doesn't count as one now though. He is something else entirely. But you can tell that he is, first of all, that he's not human. I'll go ahead and put you down there. He was originally human. Base is human.
Is he a ghoul?
He is not a ghoul. No. You know ghouls. This guy's not a ghoul. Is he vaguely like a ghoul? Yes.
Okay.
He's kind of. I mean, you could call him undead, but like, he's not really though. But like as far as Callie's concerned, this guy would like be an undead. You'd be like, oh, that's an undead guy. I would say though that like Seamus has enough knowledge to put together of like, okay, this guy's not alive by conventional means, but he's not undead either.
A lich? No, he can't be a lich.
But he leans forward and he gives you guys just a winning smile, and then he reaches down behind the counter and he brings up a small box. And this box doesn't have like a lid or anything on it, but he brings up like a small box, and inside of this box is just row after row of brightly colored, unlabeled bottles, which are filled with some sort of liquid substance. But he puts that down on the desk with a rattle, and he kind of like puts one finger on one of the like corks of one of the bottles and just kind of like, like fiddles around with it and gets it to like clink lightly against the other like bottles. And he's like, so, why are you here? Manal did not like put in an order for new supplies, so clearly you must be here to ask Manal for a service or a service. What can Manal do you for?
And it asks like, what's the difference between services and services? She says it exactly like that too as well.
I like you. So let me break it down. Services are all of these expect from a barber such as myself. I can cut your hair. I can take out your teeth. I can cut off a limb if you do. I can also provide you with live bait if you're going fishing. Other than that, I can provide you with this. And he kind of like gestures at his like jars that he's got in a little box there. He's like, these are medications, alchemical little goodies that I have found out how to craft over the years. My own special recipe, such as it is. The services which I offer are basically the same thing. They're just extra special. I make sure that they are filled with love. And he just gives you like this just absolute shit-eating grin.
I like this guy.
And then he says, but of course, if you've already talked to the men upstairs, they may have said some things about Manau, and I would like you, no matter what anyone in this tiny little shithole says, Manau cannot bring the dead back to life. No. Manau makes the living better.
Oh no.
Oh, make them better?
Yeah,
Oh,
he says
God.
specifically, make them better.
Oh, I like this guy. I like this guy a lot.
So now that you know the differences between services, what can Manau do you for?
I'm gonna say to Johnny and Rasu, do we mention, like, should we ask him, like, why he got, discharged from the military or something like that? First, or should we start off this conversation? How should we go about starting this conversation?
I repeat back to her. I go back to her in Rasu and say, if we ever want to learn something about someone, sweetheart, we're gonna have to schmooze them up first. So we've got to, understand his wares, do some small talk, and then, once we feel like he's warmed up to us, that's when we start asking the real questions.
That's when we hit him with the bangers.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, that said, how do you want to proceed with the schmooze?
I would actually like to see his wares.
Well, if you would like to see what I've got on tap, let me show you. And then Manau kind of like gestures at the bottles. Like he takes his finger off the one that he's just been kind of like rattling around, playing with. But he gestures with both of his hands, and he's like, "This is the base level right here. If you," and he kind of like pauses for a moment, and you see him like down a bit so he can more clearly like peer into the hooded robe that that you're wearing. And he looks down in there and he's like, but these will cover pretty much anything really. They are sort of like a cure-all. You got a bad limp, it'll fix that up. You got bad breath, it'll fix that up. You got broken hip, it'll fix that up. You got mummy rot, it'll fix that up too. Although, if you've got mummy rot and you're still walking around looking as good as you are, somebody, possibly a mummy, lied to you.
I really like this guy.
Damn.
My favorite character so far.
Oh,
So,
yes. We gotta hire him. We gotta get him for the
this
lab.
cure-all. This cure-all is the baseline. If you'd like to go up a step, well, I've got some experimental things. Let me show you. And then he like again
I
he's
like
like leans down
experimental.
and he pulls out another box of exactly identical fucking bottles. And he puts them and like he picks up one and and this is, for instance, just so that you know, this bottle is roughly the size of like a beer bottle, essentially.
Could I try something? Could I try like impress him by like discerning maybe like the ingredients he might have used to make these things?
Yes, I would say that you could do that. You could make an impression using using your craft, and you've got the alchemy feat, so you can use crafting for alchemical identification. Let me tell you what this guy is. Well, I have to make I do the making the impression thing. Okay. Oh wait. No, this is done versus his will DC. So let me check his will DC. See what you're aiming at. Okay.
Is it how?
All right. It's high, but you're really good at crafts, so you know.
Yeah, when it chooses to be.
But yeah, But otherwise, though, he is explaining what these other things are. Says that he has love potion, but he also says that's not guaranteed. They'll do something, but loving you is on the list. That's why it's a love potion, because loving you is a potential outcome.
This guy's got charisma. I'll give him that. We gotta get him to the lab.
but he also says that like he points to a couple of other bottles, and he's like, this is the stuff that got Manao discharged from the military. They mistakenly hire Manao. They ask Manao. They're like, Manao, please give us your strongest potions. And I'm like, you know how it goes. You're not strong enough for my strongest potions. They were like, bullshit. And I'm like, no, really, I'm serious. And they're like, okay, maybe you're serious, but like, here's a shitload of gold. And I was like, well, for a shitload of gold. They weren't strong enough, by the way. I still walked away with all of the gold. I may have been discharged. I may have been besmirched with my reputation. Manao's name may have been dragged through the mud, but there was a lot of gold coins in that mud. Now, this one, like I said, love is a possible reaction that happens here. This one, love shouldn't be a possible reaction here. They would have to be a very strange person for love to be a reaction to this one, but frankly, between you and Manao, should they love you after you use that one, keep that one close. That one's a keeper. But beyond those services, the ones that are of portable alchemical variety, I also offer pet services, and like Manal like puts his hands up and like does like air quotes like as he says that. It's like I also offer pet services. And he looks at he looks at Callie specifically, and he's like, so little girl, have you ever wanted a puppy, or perhaps what I like to call as puppy number 2?
Looks at him. He's like, "Yes, I've always wanted a puppy." But he...
You know, I bet, looking at you, being a Azuketi as you are, that you have probably wished for a puppy that could be with you both on the land and a puppy that could be with you in the sea. Would you like something along those lines? Perhaps a puppy that's also maybe like a little bitey, if you
Oh, absolutely.
Excellent. So, Manao has basic cure-all. Manao has, let's call it basic cause-all. And Manao also offers up unique pets, which could also be used as live bait, depending on what you're doing. But, Manao must make this very important. Manao does not. Now, Manao has never, Manao will never raise the dead.
He keeps. I speak to in Rasu to Callie. He keeps talking about he doesn't raise the dead. I highly doubt that.
Ali says back in Rasu, yeah, I'm starting to think with how much he's emphasizing it that he did it one time and got caught, and now he's not allowed to do it no more.
I need
what they say.
I need both of y'all to make a perception check, please.
Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see if I can
Damn.
pass the fishbowl. Oh yes, it is particularly clear today. The lens is on my my fishbowl interior.
It is particularly clear. So, Seamus, given that Seamus otherwise operates with like normal human vision, it's obvious why Seamus does not see. But like Callie, as you're having this whole back and forth with Seamus and Rasu, you can see on the counter, because you've got like Manao standing there. You've got the 2 boxes of potions and everything that he has. You see Manao's shadow specifically grab one of the shadows of one of the bottles, lift it up out of the shadow of the box, and like swirl it around and like shake it up, and then put it back into the box. The actual bottle itself doesn't move. Neither does Manao. But Manao's shadow just does that and then like puts it back.
I do a check to see like what that might potentially be.
That's sick as shit.
I want to
Go
hire him
for
even
it.
more now. Okay, what is it?
Go for another religion check.
Alrighty, then. Oh,
Damn.
that's bad, bro.
Yeah, you don't know how he's doing it, how. But yeah,
That's
his shadow
sickish. That is sick.
just does something.
I'm gonna need him to teach me that.
But Manao kind of like steeples his fingers in front of himself and like leans forward on the countertop, and he's like, "So, I can see that you are not really super impressed with my cure-all and my
Oh, shit.
cause-all. So,
Damn.
what other service can I most immediately interest you in? Manao does have all day, but Manao also doesn't have all day.
Anything sus.
Want this to be successful. Trying to figure out what would be the best way to make the impression.
All right. So, how do you want to go about making? Because Callie does have the alchemy skill. You could take a look at what he's got on offer and pull out of your hat that like, hey, I am also an alchemist and I know what I'm fucking talking about.
I would like to do that.
Okay. So then, if you will, Callie, go ahead and make a crafting check for the alchemy. This will count both as a identifying thing and also.
Let's
There we
go.
go. Yeah, that is fucking
All
good.
right. First of all,
Whoa,
let me check.
let's see. Let's see. He's
let me
got a
check
high will.
his-
He's got a high
Let me
will.
check his will DC again because it's
man.
pretty high. Okay. 24, however, though, is good enough.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Good. Let's
all right,
go.
So
Little
Callie,
fish that could.
Yes, Callie, as you guys had this like brief conversation. You see, the shadow do its thing, and then Callie just kind of like points out like some of the things that are in these vial. Specifically, I'll go ahead and let you know that Callie correctly identifies the cure-all as being snake oil.
I fucking knew it.
Which
had a
I'll-
feeling.
which
I
I
had
will
a
tell you is actually a alchemical item specifically, and it does a lot of things.
Would make
but
sense that she knows that because she knows how to craft snake.
Yeah. So yeah, it's snake oil. The other stuff that that Manau has there that you do identify because that's high enough for all of them, but it is something that you are able to pick out. Is a one of them. One of the things that you are able to pick out is what's generally known as an elixir of life.
Which is which I also know how to craft as well. 'Cause I got the
Yep.
thing for that as well.
One of them is a poison that is particularly virulent and strong. Like legitimately could kill one of you guys, actually, just straight up. It's that strong. And also, there is one of these things is a mutagen, and the other one is bombs.
Bomb?
Bombs?
Bombs?
A
They're
bomb.
yours, my friend.
Vampire wolf. Oh, bombs? You want it?
These nuclear bombs are all over the world, or at least as far as he can throw them. But yeah, one of them is specifically a mutagen, and the other one is a bomb.
Oh, very fascinating. I
Mhm.
could imagine like how they like doing that whole like fangirl thing of like, oh, this is really cool. Did you use this item to make it? Or it's just like listing off like all of the ingredients like in order.
Well,
Like, oh,
Manau is, per your make impression check, very impressed that Callie shows herself to be this knowledgeable. Specifically, though, when Callie's like and everything, specifically like with the snake oil and everything, and asking, like how they went about doing it, Manau like waggles his eyebrows and leans like down and close so that he, is like face level with the with your fishbowl lens, and he says, "Well, if you can keep a secret, here's what I made it out of. You may not know this, but
Write it down, write that down.
under our very feet, there are caves, obviously, but there are also like caverns. There is, in fact, an entire vault just below us, give or take. But in the caverns, in the caves, in between us and the vault, one can come across a very unique creature. Specifically, they like to call themselves serpent folk. And, well, if you get your hands on one, and you know what you're doing, you can milk them for snake oil. But don't know how to do it with a. You can do it with a dead one too, so long as it's fresh enough, of course. Which actually that brings up an interesting sort of question, since I am dealing with a alchemist of considerable knowledge. Would you perhaps like to see my process on how I extract snake oil?
Yes, please.
Well then, if you and your companion would just follow me into the back house, give him the sniff test, and then he turns around and walks through the beaded curtain. The building around you, though, then moves. Like it shakes, and various planks of wood and pieces of furniture and stuff like that suddenly turn, rotate, and extend themselves rubber towards you.
Oh god.
The tips turn into human noses and start all over.
Oh damn, bro! They're seeing if I pass the vibe check.
Yeah. So, what the what
what does the
you guys
vibe
hear,
check say?
You guys hear from deeper into the building. You guys hear Manal say, "Put all of the he says, put all of the items under the counter, and we'll continue on back here. Well, they're not talking to you. They're talking to the noses.
Oh.
So the noses, after like sniffing you all over, they specifically hone in on any weapons that either of you are carrying. They also hone in on spell components and alchemical supply. And if you guys want to fight it, we'll roll initiative. But otherwise, the noses turn into tentacles and then, otherwise gently, relieve you of these items and dump them into a crate behind the counter for safekeeping. So, I'm going to give you the opportunity, if you want, to try to conceal an item if you want to conceal an item.
My stealth is shit. I probably won't be able to.
Yeah, and I'm the one that rolls the dice.
I would say at least you try to attempt to do it. I'm just gonna let them be. I'm gonna pass.
I am still wearing that ring that hides my weapons, though, right?
Yes, which visually hides your weapon. This thing is not visually searching.
I see. If I do a stealth roll, would that technically start initiative if I fail it?
Maybe.
Fuck.
That's entirely possible. That attempting to conceal an item, and so you fail.
What if something
then,
doesn't technically? Does it have to be something that counts as a weapon, or could it?
Specifically, if it is a melee or ranged weapons, then it counts. If it is a alchemical bomb or a poison or some other similar sort of affliction item, then it takes those. If it's something that just like healing potions, things like that it doesn't bother. It's only things that can be used as a aggressive item.
I'm gonna stuff my full of minor healing potion room. Just in case.
Okay. But yeah, it otherwise removes those things, puts them into a crate that goes underneath the cabinet, and then all of the nose tentacles all retract back to where they came from, and the house is suddenly a house.
House is suddenly a house.
So, do you proceed into the back?
What do you say, Callie? Do we ball?
Yeah, we ball.
All right.
So you proceed into the back. The back looks like a butcher shop. There are multiple sides of meat with like ribs and whatnot, like hanging from hooks. There are multiple bits and pieces of various animals and things which aren't animals.
Oh no!
Chopped up and spread around here. There is a big table where there is a huge cleaver that has been slapped into it, where presumably Manal was working just as you guys showed up. And laid out on that table is a skinned and butterflied snake man.
Snake
like
because
fucking,
stay losing.
like a fucking Mongo who came in and wrecked you guys before. There's one of these guys on the table with their arms T-posed out. The body is quite dead.
John, I just thought about something. Maybe a way to convince this man is to tell him that there are a lot of snake people in the area surrounding the camp, so that a lot of, let's say, materials to work with.
I'm assuming Callie's saying this to me and Rasu.
Yes, I'm not saying this out loud.
And I return back in Rasu. I agree.
But Manal comes around the table, and he picks up the cleaver, kind of spins it around in his fingers, and he's like, "This is a serpent folk, as you can see. I have already prepared most of the body. One merely needs to make a very delicate incision right about here, and he just generally like
He just
gestures.
slams the shit down.
he like generally like gestures with the cleaver. But then he makes like a fucking fast like swipe with it, and you can see a thin narrow strip of connecting tissue and whatnot inside of the torso of the snake person. Slide back, and there's just more, red and purple veins and arteries and meat and all that sort of shit, whatnot. And he grabs it and squeezes it, squeezes it so it turns like a dark purple, like he's like trying to like crush somebody's nuts in his hand. And then he slices that bit off with the cleaver and like takes it and drops it into like a little bottle, which he then puts a cap on. And he's like, once you have the gland, this is the gland, by the way. Once you have the gland all taken care of, one simply needs to coax the oil out of it. And that's very simple. You just need a fire pit, or an oven, or maybe perhaps, I don't know if you'd be familiar with it, but sometimes some medications are best taken after they've been heated to a liquid state, perhaps with like a metal ladle or a spoon or something. If you've got that kind of setup, this will also work. It just takes longer that way. And then he like steps over to a wall, opens up a fucking metal grate, and puts it inside, closes it, and he's like, house, fire. And then there's a whoosh of flame behind the thing. And then he like claps his hands, and the entire room fucking rearranges itself. Like, again, Howl's fucking moving castle kind of like rearranges itself.
Bro, he needs to teach me this, bro.
From a butcher shop to a pet shop.
What?
There's there is a wall with multiple rows of like small enclosures that have animals inside them. And I say pet shop because it's like the cute name. It doesn't really come off as a pet shop. But like he has all of that. But one thing which I believe Callie would be interested in is that over to the side he has a like aquarium that has a whole bunch of like fish in it. But next to the aquarium there is like a raised section that still has like a cage wall around it. But inside of that little cage wall there is some like raised rocks and whatnot, so there's a dry place for this thing to sit if it wants to. There is a beaver or like mustelid or like badger looking like thing sitting there that has a long flexible tail that ends in a fifth claw, and it is currently holding one of the fish in its like tail and is just munching on it and looks over at you guys and then like
I want
and it munches
him.
on the fish.
Dad, can I get him?
Anything your little heart desires, sweetie.
I'm like, I can imagine her. She's like up against the glass. She's like, the thing is like tearing into this fish. It's covered in blood and it looks really ugly. And she's just like, wow, I really want it. It's so adorable.
It's so adorable, Dad.
She runs up to it. You hear the clink of her fish bowl and the glass sitting together. It's like, kink. I want it.
So adorable.
But yeah.
Her ears are wiggling, sparkles in her eyes.
Yeah, so he's got these things. He also has plenty of other like normal animals, and then he's also got weird ones. Like he's got a griffin that's the size of a house cat.
Ooh.
And several other things that you're familiar with of the big versions, but like he's got small, almost house pet sized versions of them. And he's like, so I see that you've already taken a little interest in that one. It's well, I was going to say it's a special one, but they're all special, really, when you get down to it, especially once they get into your heart, or at least your chest cavity. Oh, actually, that brings up a good point. How, say, interested would either of you be in a bit of a discount for a transaction or a purchase of Manau's services or goods? Manau will be willing to give you a steep discount if you could do something for Manau. It is near and dear and close to Manau's.
What is this?
But
What's the discount gonna apply to?
well, pretty much anything except, of course, bringing people to life. Do that.
Seamus's face just kind of makes tries to mimic a raised eyebrow.
And you just hear Vine Boom every single time he says raise the dead. Just I will not raise the dead. Vine Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, he says that specifically, and he's like, you see, Manau has well, no, I should phrase it differently because that makes it sound like it's all Manau's fault, and it's definitely not Manau's fault. But one of so do you recall when we first met, just like 2 minutes ago? But do you recall when I said that not does Manau not raise the dead, but Manau improves the living? Sometimes the living do not appreciate when Manau improves them. And one of these living things that Manau has improved has gone a bit AWOL. And Manau would be willing to give you a very, very steep discount if you would retrieve this living thing and to bring it back to Manau. Still alive. I want to make a point of that. Still alive, because again, Manau cannot bring the dead back to life.
Vine Boom.
If you do that, then I will give you a steep discount. But if you don't care to, well, we can still do business.
Callie, still looking at the little badger thing, tearing into the other fish. Is almost instantly just you got a deal, and then shakes the guy's hand.
You son of a bitch, put it there!
Snap. So, let me tell you what Manau has misplaced. So, the thing which made Manau think about this actually was, the way that you look upon that creature with such intense joy and maybe something even akin to love. This thing, this tiny little thing which Manau has improved. Manau does not love it. Let's point that out. But it is a thing which is attracted to love. When you do love a pet, or perhaps when you love a child, or maybe when you love a spouse, one of those things, that kind of love. It is attracted to it. It likes to get near the source of love, and it likes to it likes to do things which certain individuals within the borders of this small town would like to see Manau drawn and quartered for. But Manau did not create crimes. One cannot punish the parent for the sins of the child. But anyways, this thing which Manau is missing, it is slippery, it is wily, it possesses magical capabilities.
What does it look like appearance wise?
You I know you are as a kitty, but are you familiar with terrestrial spiders?
Yes, I am very
Oh.
acquainted with terrestrial spiders.
Okay, good. It looks like a spider in the fact that their body is sort of round and bulbous. It's roughly the size of my fist, and then it has spindly little legs which extend out from underneath that central bulb, and then it's got little like bits that drag along behind it. It makes a very, very distinct noise wherever it may happen to be. And now, what I am describing is, let us be clear, not an animal by standard definition. But it is, but it is alive. And the Manao would be very happy to have it back in Manao's possession.
It's a lot.
The thing is
John, you're cracking up,
wily.
dude.
The thing is wily. It is it is smarter than most other animals. It doesn't it does not speak any languages. Let me be clear. It is not like, you know, it's not like Manao improved a house cat to be able to like recite poetry or something, and then it ran away like a little bastard.
It didn't.
No. It is not something like. It is it's kind of moist. It's wet. It leaves like a trail of blood everywhere it goes. You would know. But it's wily. It is easy
where would
to
you
get
say
lost.
would I be most likely to find said animal, and at which
Uh,
times?
Well, Manao is not allowed to take the sea elevators up to the higher part of town under threat of being returned to the dock, not using the elevators. So, probably up there. Because otherwise I have searched high and low, and I have not found any new bodies. So it's not down here. It's up there somewhere. It wouldn't go out into the wilderness. There's no love to be found out in the wilderness. It needs people. It needs people to know love, who know love, to, you know, I was about to say feast upon, but that's not what it does. It doesn't do that. Don't believe anybody who tells you it does, because that's not what it does. But this thing, it is you know, speaking of house cats that can speak poetry, it's roughly about that size. So, you know, and it's pretty quick on its little spindly legs. It's very good at climbing, so you might want to check, like, you know, like hanging upside down from the inside of a kind of like thing.
Righty. How would you say best strategy that I should adopt for finding said animal?
Well, you are a skilled alchemist. I can tell that. So, if you've got, say, potions or that would allow you to see the unseen, or maybe perhaps realize when something isn't real, you know, something that is illusionary, that would work. Otherwise, you're going to need to listen for the telltale noise that it makes.
What
The
noise would
telltale
that
noise, the telltale noise that it makes is a thumpo thumpo, thumpo thumpo, like a heartbeat. And when it is near a source of love, it beats faster, like a thumpa thumpa, thumpa thumpa, thumpa thumpa. And you guys discuss what you're going to do here in Conross. I will be right back. I gotta go take a quick pee.
Well, we're definitely hunting this thing down. I want that goddamn thing in that page.
Anything your heart desires, sweetheart. We'll do everything in our power to fucking find that thing.
We need anti-illusionary. I might ask if you, per se, perhaps, might have on him any sort of potions of that effect. If not, maybe like at least the
He might actually have the
the
stuff to
formula.
make. Yeah, the stuff to make
The
it. Yeah.
formulas. Well, if he has the formulas, I could use daily prep to use my reagent, potentially make a version of it, and then just down it immediately. Because I still have a couple of those left. I also have access to the
And I am back.
Bloodhound mask, but I don't know if that will be any use.
Could be.
Could be.
Obviously, if you're using scent to find something rather than your eyes, that is to get around illusions and invisibility.
And then we just gotta then we gotta think about the strategy of us.
What about like something like tremor sense or something like that? You know.
Because, yeah, we gotta think about what we're gonna do once we find it as well, though. Because finding it is one thing, capturing is another. We might need.
Well, I mean, I do have my grapple claw. So
Oh yeah, you can just
so,
grapple
like-
it to get over here.
Yeah, I can grapple it, and then we can knock it out, and I can tie it up with my grapple claw, and then
Do
just
we
carry
still
it
have
back.
do we have those fucking bombs that the lizard folk that we got off those dead lizard folk that have knockout gas in them or whatever?
I don't think we used them during our attack.
I don't think we have.
Yeah, y'all,
no.
y'all haven't
What are they
used them,
called?
so you should still have them.
What are they called again? They're called bolas, right?
Yeah, the bolas.
Oh, the bolas, yeah.
Yeah, and they're what they do. They're just a ranged grapple, is what the bolas
Oh.
actually do. So like
That's
you throw it and it trips up people and grapples from out of range. So it's essentially like throwing a lasso.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
God, I feel so bad
except
for
that,
nets.
except that there's yeah. Well, the nets. If we break it down, are super fucking cheap. It takes almost no skill to make them, and you can churn them out by the millions. That's why nets are useful in that particular way. But there's items that do the same job as a net, but are
Can I
better at
ask?
it because
Can I
they're
ask
specialized.
Can I ask Mr.
Uh-huh.
Would a bolas work on it, knocking it out, or just restraining it long enough that we could capture it safely?
Yes. If you had a bolas to say get a good lucky shot at the thing, you could
How many bolas were there? I didn't keep track of how many there were.
I'll have to look specifically, but you have at least two.
All right.
You've got at least two.
All right, I got 2 shots of getting this thing, and then we got the grapple hook. All right.
But yeah, he tells you that if you have something that can grab it, like a net or a bolas or grapple gun or whatever, that also works.
And then,
so
and then I'm gonna ask Mr. M. Does he have any potential recipes for a potion that would help in the finding of said creature, like anti-illusionary potions?
yeah, if I had these.
He does not have. So he doesn't have them.
No, I do not. I am sorry.
Do
However,
you know anywhere I could potentially get anti-illusionary?
I do actually know a place where you can get it, unless they have changed it since Manal was in the service. There is a storehouse in the higher part of the city, in a section that they call the Square. It would contain, amongst other things, anti-illusionary items, potions, special glasses, things like that.
Alrighty, I will go there then.
Oh, fuck.
That is hilarious.
I am set. Goal has been set. I know what we're doing today, Ferb.
Well, that's good that your goal has been set. We have now spent an hour with each side of the party, so now I'm going to jump back over to the party who is
So
top, and we
You gonna start making
catch
our
up.
way there?
And Raul.
Yeah,
Making our way to the other place to buy
I'm gonna
potions.
say that Manal he marks it on your map. Where
Oh,
you
thank
can
you.
Another settlement needs your help.
can find this place.
Oh, can I also say I put while this is going down, I'm putting Mr. Servos on like active, like like he passively is just searching for something like the animal of that description. Like I put all of the everything Minao has said. I put it into Mr. Servos and say like look for this specific creature and do like passive scan
Okay.
throughout the day.
All right. Well then before we do make our switch over to the rest of the party, if you would go ahead, roll a seek check, which is using uses perception. Do a seek check for Mr. Servos. Ooh, 19. Good.
Hey, that's pretty
Okay.
good.
All right. So I'm going to write down that he's got a 19 as he's doing active seeking for things that meet this thing's description. Spider-like.
Fumba fumba.
That's its main body is roughly the size of like a human fist. That it makes a thumpa thumpa like heartbeat noise, and it is and it leaves like a trail of blood behind it. Okay. It is on the lookout for that stuff. But as you guys begin to transition, and you can see on the map there, I put another red X down for our location. I'm gonna type onto the map here. This
The goal
is
has
the
changed a little.
storehouse.
I've been still on this like the world map the whole time. Has anyone else been on the town map?
Yeah, I've been on the world
Yeah.
map this whole
I've been
time
on
as
the
well.
world map too.
All right. Well then, let me unstupidly move you over to the city of Woodward. Come on, if it'll let me.
We just
Come on.
the way there, we get pulled over
Okay.
by the police.
There we go.
Okay. All right. So the other half of the party here is making their way back over towards Cotton Square. Okay. Meanwhile, at the Motel 5, the rooms do get ran through and ransacked. There's a lot of yelling from the innkeeper about the situation. He is assured that everything will be compensated and repairs will be made, yada yada yada. But they don't find the items that they were looking for. Since they don't find the items that they were looking for. And Callie and Mr. Servos is, as far as they know, unaccounted for.
I'm going and getting a dog.
Uh,
No illegal activities
Raw.
here. Absolutely no illegal activities here, officer. I'm just trying to get a dog.
Officer Rawl, after he is told that there's nothing here, Rawl grabs the banknote, and he puts it back into his wallet, tucks his wallet into his uniform. He then stands up and he looks at the party and he's like, all right, we didn't find anything. And I admit, I'm a little surprised about that. But there are two members of your group which remain unaccounted for. And
Bless you.
hurt me.
Bless you.
And I want to account for them. So, just to keep myself from suffering from questions of anxiety and such until I have returned these items to me, I would be appreciative if you would accompany me in the search of your two missing party members.
You're telling me I have to, on the way of trying to get this mission complete, I have to avoid detection?
So
Damn it, bro.
we are beginning to shift into the second phase of this social encounter.
Oh,
Um,
God.
I know that the way that I just said it sounded like he was asking you guys a question. He's
Mhm.
not asking you a question.
He's not asking you.
Yeah, he's
I
not
was
asking.
aware of that.
Yeah,
We all
he is
aware of
not
that.
asking.
He's
Um,
demanding.
So, he volunteers the party that they are going to come with him to help him find Callie and Seamus.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so,
Bro, Seamus is gonna be so pissed when when they get pulled over and they're like, "We need to investigate," and he's like, "I'm just trying to get a dog for my daughter. What can a fucking what does a father do?"
what is this bullshit? Okay.
I'm like,
Aw.
Police brutality.
I want to say, oh my god.
Uh,
Honestly,
Alrighty.
what kind of would be actually funny? Can like Tim just be holding Jamal the whole time while Jamal just kind of just passed it out again?
I'm gonna say that Tim will we'll keep Jamal on his feet and just kind of move him around as need be. So he's there as added to keep Jamal actually moving. But they do retrieve Jamal's stuff from his in rooms, since he was the only one of the party who hadn't gotten all geared up and everything. And so they do retrieve your stuff. They do give you your stuff, so you do have it. Nothing's getting left behind here. They don't seem honestly concerned with the fact that you are armed and all of that sort of stuff. Like, that's not honestly a concern because there's the whole night and the 11 guards and this guy.
yeah, they got
and then
us
they
outnumbered.
walk. Yeah, they walk the party out into the street. There are, as it is now, like lunchtime or whatnot. There's relatively heavy traffic at the moment, foot traffic, as people are like getting food and taking like a midday break, like that sort of stuff. So there's plenty of people out, and there are plenty of people who are not active in their military service at the moment, non-combatants, who do give like the view of the party being surrounded by MPs and like the guy who is essentially the mayor of the whole town and like probably the deadliest melee combatant in the city. Like marching with you guys out into the street. There's like people like stop and stare. They're very quiet about it. This thing that
Damn it,
really
I wish
separates this town
should have been
from say Harham is that when the military comes out and everyone here keeps their mouth fucking shut. In the whole like, we will not bring attention to ourselves even though we're outside. So the party, I'm going to move this party's thing. You guys begin to move down through the city. So like as you're coming along, people are getting out of the damn way and whatnot. As you are coming down though, and you get to this intersection here on the map, specifically, let me get up the measuring tool. So like coming down like this street headed towards you guys, you guys see the mechanical robotic cart that y'all met the other day. Large construct. Yeah, the fucking transformer, whose name is Dalem. You see him just chugging down the street, at a casual pace, and he's coming down the street towards the party,
street.
and he stops at the intersection to like let you guys like go by. But as you're like going by though, Dalem's like light up panel face thing that acts as his front end essentially kind of like shifts a little bit, so he's like watching you guys like walk past, and then you see his like eye lights literally brighten up, like physically, literally brighten, as he recognizes the party, and you hear Dalem call out like, "Oh, hey guys, see y'all got into town after we met up on what's
As you're surrounded by officers.
Yeah.
Dalem
He's the
is
only
not
one that's not quiet.
Dalem is not quiet. Dalem
He's got that. Is this just
not,
like a common thing among automatons to just not be able to be good at reading the room? I'm starting to see a pattern here.
I mean, yeah, it kind of is. But yeah, Dalem is just like, oh hey, I recognize. Hi, how are you doing? I'm being to do when I recognize people, right?
I'm gonna shout really loudly that I know you guys.
Hey
my
guys,
presence known.
I know you.
Y'all are cool.
He's like, hey,
Oh, cool.
hey y'all.
You're breathtaking.
I love how I love
and-
how he says we're cool when like originally we were planning on stealing him in, like Grand Theft Auto.
I mean, you were not us.
Yeah, you was, not us.
I mean, hey, it was,
that was a Cali thing.
Hey,
Mhm.
man,
but yeah,
no, I'm not gonna
as-
pass up a free cart. All right.
As you're like walking past though, and he calls out to you guys. One of his front wheels, like comes off and rearranges itself into something that's vaguely passable as a human-esque arm. And he like gives you guys like a wave and then like a little salute. Hey, if you guys are down in the down around the docks area later today, come by and say hi. I'll be loading up on the road. And then he kind of like notices all of the guards and everything, and like you see his like his saluting arm like sag a little bit, and he's like, oh, Officer Rawl, I didn't notice you there. Am I interrupting something? And Rawl does pause. He looks over at Dalem and he says, sort of. Dalem, I'm currently in the process of investigating a theft. These folks are assisting us in that. You can go about your day, though. And Dalem's like,
Assisting with big
"Okay."
asterisks on it.
Okay. And so like he folds up his arm back into like wheel mode. Yeah. and then he's like, okay. Well, I guess when y'all are done with that, I'll see you down at the docks area. That's where I'll be. And then he starts. He turns the corner and starts rolling out of town because he's too big to take the sea elevators. He's got to take the actual road.
Well, we've only
But
been
yeah,
here one
let's-
day, but we certainly seem like celebrities.
So yeah, so like
Damn,
Dalem,
too bad I'm not around to bask in the glory.
Yeah, so Dalem starts like chugging out down the road, so he can make the long way around.
Quick question. This is like me versus June, the game character.
Mhm.
Raoul mentioned 2 sets of tracks that seem to be large mechanical vehicles, whatnot. Not just.
He also said, the small footprints were also wearing boots, which
Yeah.
The reason I was kind of like boots. I was like, Callie doesn't wear shoes.
Mhm.
Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Callie doesn't wear
Yeah.
shoes.
Yeah, that I know that. I know that.
Yeah.
But, like,
So,
Paul
but,
specifically
like-
did point out that they were small, booted feet.
So, what would I do? Do you just want, June to just be like RP it, just like, hey, wait, you said there were 2 sets of tracks, and, they're, we just passed possibly the only other, moving vehicle of that size, or do you want me to,
I mean,
perception check or whatever.
well, I mean, like, you could just bring that up to Rawl as you're like, as you guys like finish crossing the intersection and Dalem, turns and starts to make his way in the other direction. Yeah, you could just say that to him.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like make it super obvious, but just I'm going to, if they allow me to, kind of like catch up / lean into him, and I will say, "Excuse me, you said that there were a set of tracks leading out of whatever place was robbed."
Yes.
Well, did you happen to check him, and like nodding back to, the transformer we just walked past, because they
Dalem? What about Dalem?
Well, I'm not saying that Callie is innocent, but we can't eliminate any other suspects, can we? Especially if the suspect is leaving the scene of the crime.
I take it that you are implying that perhaps Dalem had some sort of hand to play in this?
It's the possibility.
Given that Dalem is a...
Automaton.
Given that Dalem is an automaton and, of large size.
He's a
well,
big boy.
Well, ma'am, the tracks that we found were not wheeled tracks. These were large mechanical foot tracks. And as you can quite clearly see, and he just gestures back, at Dalem, who's a good distance away from you guys because he's just chugging along. He's like, Dalem has wheels.
But have you considered the following? He's a transformer.
So
I mean,
he can make hands, but
that's possible. But he specifically says Dalem has wheels.
Did you not see his wheel turn to an arm?
Well, yes, Dalem can do that.
Can he also turn them into legs?
I suppose that is possible. I've never.
That cracks me up.
I've never seen Dalem do that.
I mean, there's the possibility he might have done that.
However, I would also point out that Dalem has been a member of.
Just say it. Just say it. He's not a fish person. Just say it. Just admit the part that. Just
say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, say the quiet part out loud.
But he says that Dalem's been the community since Whitford elevated to its position as a research wing of the Navy. Dalem is a imperial citizen by legal decree, and is a specialized mining automaton, which he says implies to him that Dalem would not be particularly good at stealth. Also, Dalem's kind of slow. So
That's the best disguise.
I do want to point it out though. Just this out of just out in the
Out
air.
of character.
Yeah, no, we were not allowed to be in that area during the nighttime.
Yeah, because we don't know that.
Yeah, I know you didn't know that. I'm just saying, like,
Mm-hmm.
maybe like asking if he even has access to that area.
I get what you're saying, but like, us as our characters, we don't know about the curfew and like the zones, etc., etc. That's certainly something you can bring up. That's certainly something you can bring up whenever if we find you and you get. Yeah, I get
that would be something for Callie to either bring up or either way. Once information is
if my
brought
day
together,
is interrupted,
be something for Callie to ask about. But yeah, he basically is like he basically says that the transformer is built to haul rocks, has wheels, although he admits that maybe the transformer may have the ability to have legs, and that he's kind of stupid. So
I'll be
theft
right back in
doesn't.
this room.
He also kind of implies that like he's an upstanding member of the town and technically is property of the empire of the imperial military. Why would he steal from them? Kind of
I
like
don't know.
kind of like
Just thought that
that.
you would want to keep all tabs open in this investigation of yours. If this rings of yours are that important, you wouldn't want to leave any stone unturned, right? And she'll just not disengage, but like, you know, stop leaning in, you know, and continue walking.
Make a diplomacy check.
Okay. That's do I want to reroll that? Jeez, I've been rolling low, so been rolling really low today. You know, I'm gonna use my last hero point to reroll that, just because.
Okay. Yeah.
21. Okay. I'm happy with that.
That's something. He does kind of like basically just like, you know, gaze at you in silence for like a long couple of beats, and then he turns and he looks at he turns and he looks the dwarf and he says, Lawbringer Cod, I hate to admit it, but that is honestly a valid point. I doubt Calum would have any sort of like, or not Calum, Dalem would have any sort of involvement with this, but admittedly, Dalem could potentially leave tracks such as those that were found at the scene. Dispatch a couple of men to question Dalem, and we'll find out one way or another if he has any part to play in all of this. And then he kind of like turns back and looks very coldly at June in that whole stop having a fucking point. And
stop being right.
Funnily enough, not the first time she's heard that.
Why is this woman right? I don't like it.
So yeah, the rest of the party continues on. So now we're going to switch over to the part not trying to be found.
We're on a mission, I say.
So you are pretty much back at the same intersection where the patrol saw you guys last night. It is, in as far as you understand, not against the rules or laws or anything for you to just walk in because it's the middle of the day. There are plenty of people around, and there is posted. And there are posted guards at every intersection. So the main intersections.
I don't want to look
posted
suspicious,
guards.
but I really want that dog.
The alleyways and other, like, you know, bits between the buildings, they don't have live guards posted at them. So if you wanted to not walk past a guard on your way in, you would just need to select one of the alleyways.
I do not want to walk that. I want to go through an alleyway.
Okay. So then I'm going to ping on the map. Do you want an
an
alleyway that goes down here, or an alleyway that goes through here?
Did he mark on the map where we can buy those potions from?
He said
Is that where that is at the storehouse, right?
Yeah, that's the storehouse.
Oh,
specifically, the storehouse is where they would keep these potions. He didn't say anything about buying them. He said that's where they keep them.
Oh, we're not buying them?
Yeah, he never said anything about buying them. He just said that's where they keep them.
Oh, I don't want to look.
You really just want to cast attention to yourself, don't you?
I'm not gonna steal them. Is there anyone at the store? Is there anyone at the storehouse, perhaps, that would I don't know, sell them to me legally?
I mean, maybe you'd have to get there to find out.
Maybe.
So yeah, maybe. So
I would like to legally purchase some of these potions, these names. Yeah, I want to point out that this is 100% legal, and I am not trying to commit a crime here.
Okay. I mean that's fine and all to say, but like to get from where you are to get
let's
to
go.
the storehouse itself.
Yeah, let's go through this alleyway. That might be smart.
Okay.
if they find us and they ask, we'll just say it was Clicker. That'll be our excuse.
Okay. You guys enter through the alleyway, which is not illegal or anything like that, and move into
The GPS
the
on
official,
Mr. Servos
like-
just told me to go this way. It was the quickest, most direct route.
All right,
yeah,
I'm back.
Mr.
What I
Servos is
missed.
like over there. Okay, so,
Mr. Servos'
you're,
GPS is leading me down an alleyway.
Fucking Google Maps.
yeah, Mr. Servos is, which, real quick aside, so like next week is when I do, or is when I get started on behind the wheel training to learn the route that I will be driving for the bus.
Congrats.
And they, yeah, thank you. And they specifically gave me a fucking like list like you would get off of like fucking MapQuest 20 years ago.
Oh no.
And I'm like, oh goody, this is how this works. Great. Okay, so anyways, but yeah, that aside, all flies. Fucking Halfus Map app is telling Mr. Servos that this is the best go.
Yes.
So yeah, Mr. Servos himself is squeezing through these alleyways until you get into the courtyard. So you get into the courtyard that's in between these other like big buildings. None of these buildings are residential. Let's go ahead and point that out. None of these buildings are residential.
Oh.
Administration stuff. They are training, educational research. Honestly, it's almost like you've walked onto a college campus. Is what you're like going into. This section of town is has like open, like they've got like open green space here that is actually like well maintained and whatever. There is in fact even there's a dude who's actually like trimming the hedges like over to the side as you come out from in between
Let's
these
be very careful and not
buildings.
Damage the nice scenery. For a way to tweeting this task.
But though, once you get in here, besides the dude that's like a short way over clipping hedges and whatnot, it is very sparse as far as people in here. And as you come to the other side of this courtyard, you can see like across the way is that general house of worship that you were told about earlier. So that's there. And you do have here at this intersection, you got guards. You got guards down here. So you'd have to like cross over into this one to not pass any of them directly. But the question is, are you going to try to slip in between, like across the street, so that the guards specifically don't see you? You have the benefit of distance. That you do have that benefit. They are also not like actively searching for you, so that is going on. But if you're going to do that, we're going to need Mr. Servos to make a stealth check.
Oh, well, it's over.
It's Jover.
It's Jover. Yeah, that seems Jover to me.
Okay. So I'm going to make a opposed roll for the guards.
Please
Normally
roll.
this is a DC, but I would rather do an opposed roll. So we're going to do a roll 1d20. No, not 100 d20s. 1 d20.
Everybody on the street is just like.
Yeah, it is. So it's 1 d20. There is their standard modifier, but I'm adjusting for distance and all the other things. So here is their adjusted perception.
Oh, well, we got it.
Okay.
I was gonna say if he failed it, I was about to say, haha.
This is why I love D&D or Pathfinder, RPGs in general. Just like.
All right. So you slip around the house of worship. As you cross the streets. There's like a couple of like just regular people, not guards, but just like regular people who are moving through. like look up at Mr. Servos. But all of these people, they are very much actively in Navy and part of service and whatnot. They don't even blink at the presence of a combat robot. And the reason they don't blink at the presence of a combat robot is when you get into this little alcove area in between these buildings, there is a whole fucking garage where they are parked and just waiting for command.
Waiting for command. Keep that down.
For that, so you know that this spot right here, this building that you're currently at, that is a all-purpose garage for fucking combat constructs. There are a couple of automatons who are there at the moment who are working on doing maintenance on these large death machines. They look like Vandal, like almost exactly like Vandal, as opposed to like say Tim. Like Tim is very much a different fucking model than these guys, but Vandal and these guys are the standard like quote unquote soldier model. So they've got the like one cyclop laser eye, and they've got integrated weapons, arm blades, and stuff like that.
It's like a B1 battle
right now,
droid
they're
versus
currently wearing.
Yeah, it's like a B1 battle droid versus a
but right now,
droid.
Yeah. But like right now though, those combat droids are wearing fucking like smocks and overalls and stuff like that because they're doing maintenance, much like Callie does on Mr. Servos. One of them does like turn and like look in your direction, and like he looks at like Mr. Servos specifically, like looking at Mr. Servos. Is that one of ours? No, not one of ours. Like he's honestly like looking at like he's checking your spot welds, you know.
Check.
Like,
Is there any...
what's the craftsmanship on this thing? He doesn't say anything to you about it unless but he's very clearly doing it. He's not like he's not trying to hide the fact that he's like checking out your giant robot as you roll. You know, like you might like see a like say you see like a classic automobile like coming down the road. You've got the time too that you can just like stare at it and be like.
He whistles as I'm like passing by.
Yeah, he gives you the utopian the utopian equivalent of a kind of like whistle. But once you get around the corner of this, you've got a straight shot over to the actual storehouse itself.
All right, we're going.
All right, so
Destination
you guys proceed to storehouse.
Alrighty.
Jump back to the rest of the party. You guys make it over here.
How hard could it be to see a 16? How hard could it be to find a 16-foot tall robot?
Yeah, you would think. Which actually, as the party with their guard escort comes around here, the Hell Knight, Cod, he arrests like the guards that have been that are here at the intersection, and he asks them specifically, have they spotted a with a non-standard combat vehicle and a robed individual of undetermined at the moment ancestry, but who seems to have a very like dark colored, perhaps illusionary mask face cover like thing, because they don't know that you're a fucking Kamrazu. They report that no one passed through this intersection that meets that.
I haven't seen anything.
I didn't see it. I ain't seen shit.
You lying? No.
The fuck you mean? No.
So, the party then proceeds like up the street. However, though, you don't go all the way up to the next intersection. you make a turn. So down one of the alleyways, the officer and escort and whatnot turns and walks you guys here. And as you are coming up like behind these buildings and what, there is a section that there are these like brightly colored like wooden markers that have been like placed down, and when he gets up to like the edge of where these markers are on the ground, Officer Rawl stops and looks back at the party and says, "This is where the tracks were found."
Oh my
And
God.
he points out like some basically he points out like a half crushed like flower bed that has large footprints that obviously like there's, it's very clearly a bipedal like stance thing. It is a big or excuse me, not bipedal, quadruped. It's a quadruped tracks that are quite large. So it would take something like the size of Mr. Servos or the size of Dalem, the size of a fucking elephant, to make these footprints. There is only a single track of footprints. That track comes from the road over here. So let me ping. So it like comes from the main road, down this alleyway here. Let me the ruler kind of like thing. If it'll give me the correct, yeah, like it comes vaguely down through. But there's only one row of tracks though. Like there's only just the one like either coming in or leaving, one or the other, of these tracks. There's not like a walks down back out kind of like thing. There is only just the single track. And he also points out at there are like some other footprints that come from the like flower bed. They go over towards the building and that sort of stuff. They're very clearly humanoid booted footprints, and they are very petite in their like size. They're way too big for halfling, but they are like petite, kind of got like a pointed toe and sort of like a deeper print rather than not. So it's kind of like like heeled boots or something like that. So you can see why they would make the sort of the logic jump of like, well, this is either a child or perhaps just a smaller framed woman that made these human tracks. But those tracks meet where the big tracks, and then they don't go anywhere else. They go from the building to where the big tracks start at, and then just big tracks leave.
Game Master.
Yeah.
So I have a potential question.
Yes.
Have they ever tried getting somebody to say, I don't know, have a canine to sniff the tracks?
They do have guard dogs, but guard dogs in and of themselves are trained as trackers. I mean, theoretically they do, but he's never said anything.
Can Jamal do Jamal, even if he's drunk, do a project with his nose?
Well, it doesn't. Being drunk has fucking effect on your be whether or not you can actually do anything. So, if Jamal wants to take a sniff,
Take a whiff.
take a whiff of what's going on here. I'm gonna need Jamal to make a survival check.
Survival?
Yes, please.
I like that this is all happening like a couple buildings down from their campaign.
Yeah, that's the ironic part.
The party is at the moment physically only about 75 to 100 meters apart.
Meters or miles?
Meters.
Oh wow.
Wait, what is Jamal's? Oh, he got 5. Wait, he had 5.
So that means you get a +5 to your roll. Don't hit that. Damn.
Damn boy.
Yeah.
You want to spend a hero point on that?
No.
You want to use that hero point? We each got one once we
There's
started.
a lot of flowers in here.
There's a lot of flowers.
There's a lot of
On
flowers.
top
in
of
here.
him being drunk, on top of him being hungover.
Yeah, I'd say use the hero point and do the check
Yeah,
again.
do what the scary man in
Yeah.
armor.
Then,
I mean, it's your call. It's your call. If you want to save it or
I
yeah,
mean, it is.
It is my professional opinion.
It is your call. You can do whatever.
don't give in to peer pressure.
yeah.
I'm like, it's like, well, I got 3, so
Oh shit! Really?
Oh,
Wow.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
well, then you might want to use one then because you can only have a max of 3.
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay, I use a hero point.
Okay. So re-roll that survival. Okay, 15. That's
Much
actually
better.
that's actually good enough to get something.
Let's go.
Okay. So, Jamal,
Drunk, Jamal,
Uh,
drunk.
you're sobering up. It's slowly happening.
Okay.
Walking around has been, helping it work through your system. So you're still a little blurry. Your vision's not like perfect at the moment. But most of your upper brain function has, pretty much come back. And you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe it would be a good idea to get a sniff because, tracks. And so you're like, ugh, strong flower smells. And then you're like, wait a minute, let me get down and get like a good sniff. So you get like a good sniff. The guards and Officer Rawl and Lawbringer Cod, they don't say anything. They very much just watch you. Like they know exactly what's going on here. This is not surprising to them in any sort of, and they're not like trying to stop you from doing it or anything like that. They're letting you get a good sniff. And as you are getting your good sniff, something in the back of your mind triggers. You are getting some other scents in here that are familiar to you that aren't flowers. One of which is automaton lubricant. It is a very specific chemical that is found in all automatons, like Tim and Dalem. And you are getting that scent from both the big tracks and the small tracks.
What?
Yo.
Oh boy. I'm glad I got it. Did. Look,
Yeah,
Jamal,
so- So you're getting automaton, a automaton scent marker from both the clearly a big construct tracks, but then the human tracks, quote unquote, are also have that same smell to them. Other than that, the other thing that you get your besides the automaton oil is or lubricant, is you also get from there another smell that I'm going to say that Jamal has run across this at least once. You are smelling a very like the taste that you get in your mouth when for whatever particular reason you put pennies in your mouth. That coppery sort of like almost blood-like flavor scent thing going on. You're catching a lot of that, and it is very specific. So, Jamal, would you make a? Let me tell you exactly what friggin' check this needs to be. Let's see here. It is a. It's one of these doohickeys. You can make either a nature or an arcana check. Your choice.
Nature or Arcana?
Whichever
Yep.
one's got the bigger
Well,
number.
Well,
Yeah,
Arcana is
Big number
horrible,
go up.
and Nature is 0.
So you're gonna have to do
Well,
Arcana.
Well,
And
shit.
it's 1.
Well, then give
That's
us that,
better than
that
0.
give us that big beautiful +1. Excellent. Excellent.
Damn.
The only thing that you can place from the scent, from the vague memory that you're getting, is back when you were in the trenches during the war and during the like shadow war that happened after the that it's got something to do with that. That's the last time that you've come across this specific smell before. So it's been a couple of years, which is why you really don't remember anything clearly. But that is, again, it's a very specific smell, though. It is not something that you should or would normally find around. That is unusual in and of itself. But it's got something to do with like the dwarves and the gnomes and the stuff that they had, with them. Here in this human city, the one dwarf standing right over, notwithstanding, it's very fucking rare. It's very fucking unusual for that to be here. But you're getting those two smells, specifically automaton lubricant, coming from both sets of tracks, and also following along with those tracks, the scent of some other thing that has to do with like dwarven and or gnomish gear or magic or something. It has to do with their stuff.
Probably say in the midst of Jamal almost kind of coming back to his at all that is just he looks up and he looks at June and he tells June to come here.
All right. And what is it? What is it he found, huh?
What is it,
it's
boy?
like he
Little two trouble
like he-
well.
he stumbles a bit, but he managed to he hop on June's shoulder and try to whisper in her ears. And he specifically said, "I don't know what particularly what I'm probably smelling, but they both tracks smell like automatron. On top of the fact, Lula's footprint also smell like something I kind of experienced when I was still. You gotta love Discord. You got Discord. You.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Sorry. But okay, simply say I don't know what track I'm getting from both of them, but smell from both tracks, specifically Automaton. Man, the little one. I can't really gather a real good scent of it, but it smells very familiar. Like I might have came across this before, but it might have been a minute. And that's typically what he tells June and hops off.
All right. Wait, so he's leaving, or he like gets up, or what?
Like he's telling June that because he can't still really talk well because he's still drunk.
Mm-hmm. All right, and June is gonna wave Raul over, like to where June and Jamal are kind of kneeling.
All right, so party huddles up.
Yeah, and June will just
To be clear, the guards they aren't stopping you. They're
Yeah.
watching you from a distance, but they're not stopping or doing anything to affect you.
that's what June was trying to like. She specifically singles out Raul and like hey, come over here.
Mm-hmm.
Does he go or does he?
He steps up. He does hold up a hand specifically for Lawbringer to like stay where he's at. But he walks forward a couple paces so that he is standing like arm length away, respectfully. And he, like puts his hands into the pockets of his uniform, and he's like, "Yes, what's going on here?"
I don't know if it's anything to go off of, but June kind of pats Jamal on the head just like once and says, he may be
Good boy.
He may be pickled out of his gourd, but his nose still works. And he says that the tracks smell like automaton.
Well, Rawl like looks at the larger track and he's like, "That's obvious."
And June kind of looks up and to him and says, "Both tracks."
Both.
And she nods.
These booted tracks.
As she nods, yeah.
He looks. Rawl looks specifically at Jamal, and he's like, "Are you sure that scent is coming from those tracks and not simply the proximity of the other, clearly, obviously, automaton?"
But Jamal's still kind of drunk, but he nods his head in like very assurance.
Wolf.
All right. And he kind of like taps his foot, kind of like looks around the courtyard area, and then he looks back over at Lawbringer, at the Lawbringer, and he's this is why we should have kept more Shunies on staff. And then he turns and he looks back at the party and he's like, "Thank you for your assistance in this. Since we haven't spotted your companions, they're clearly not here at the scene of the crime, and well, you have pointed out that there is another large automaton in town, and there are other human-sized and scale automatons. They do not normally wear shoes, so that is unusual. I do not know of any of the employed automatons here that wear any shoes, and it wouldn't be hard to track that. There are perhaps a dozen in total all across town.
Well, I certainly think that'd be one way to hide their tracks, now wouldn't it?
It would. This gives us another avenue of investigation. However, it doesn't exactly clear your names either, as he then specifically gestures at Tim. You have an automaton with you as well who, well, he's not wearing boots now. He could theoretically put on boots. And even though he like mentions that, you can quite clearly point, like he looks down at like Tim's feet. Like, how big are your feet, dude? Like that's not gonna fit. That's not gonna fit in these that's not tracks.
Pulls
but,
out
like,
a ruler and starts measuring them.
yeah, but you can see that he takes a look in that direction of like that whole like like he's kind of like checking himself like speaking. But then he says to the gathered party members here that he is going to tell Lawbringer to send out more men to check in with all of the registered automatons that live in town, to see if there may be any other avenues of pursuit for the items that he is missing, and that he and the rest of the MPs will take it from here. Um, Lawbringer like nods, shoots a look at Jamal, and then he walks off. Presumably to like follow orders. He doesn't say anything, but he does definitely shoot Jamal as he like heads off. So Rawl and the rest of like the MP guards, they gesture for the party to continue on inside of the building.
All right.
So they go into the building, and we jump back over here to the storehouse, some 75 meters away.
Meanwhile,
so over here at the storehouse. So the storehouse is actually a place where they do like things. Like a military base. They have shops on the military base where they sell things to the active service members and contractors and all this sort of stuff. So the storehouse is also a store, kind of like
Don't need
thing.
to commit crime.
So when you come up, there's not like an active like guard presence, in so much like there's a dude standing guard, but there's just like a dude there. But get there, and there is a requisitions officer essentially, who is running the place, and there's literally like a walk window, like a walk-up pharmacy window, and there's like somebody else is like making a purchase, and they're coming up, and as you come up, his first question is, "Are you active service members? Like yes or no?" Because he's got like a little like check pad that he has to like mark that down on. Are you active service members?
Will you not sell to us if we aren't active service members?
There are certain items that we will not give you if you're not active service members.
Yes, we are active service members.
oh, for fuck's sake.
All right. So Callie is
No,
lying,
wait, hold
which
on.
is-
Actually,
which is
I-
fucking lying.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I won't
Well, I mean-
actually do that.
well, I mean, though lying though is actually an action specifically, and it has rules. So
Yeah, no, I
Deception.
don't feel. Yeah.
are
not-
you going to imply to this guy either the untruth of the fact that you are an active Navy service member of some sort?
Well, well, I feel like
Yeah,
I feel like it'd be self-evident that I am not, but self-evident of the fact that I am
Kids-
not.
The darndest things,
Uh-huh.
No, we're not.
I mean, okay.
You might as well
So,
just take Shavers and be like,
Okay. Which, just so that we are, just so that we're aware, what you would do if you were trying to lie to this guy is you would make a deception check versus this guy's perception DC, to see whether or not
Yeah,
you
I'm
can,
not.
see whether or not you can lie your way through
I
this.
just hope. Well, I mean, I don't know. I just hope that I'm thinking about it. Like, I hope the items that I use out. But then again,
Okay.
they're
All right. So I'm going to say then that you otherwise tell him you're not an active service member.
Yeah.
Okay. So to be clear, they do still sell to like members of the public, and they also sell to like family of active service members and to unactive service members. So it's not against the rules for you to buy stuff from them. However, they do not sell weapons, armor, or offensive alchemical items to the public, which is what you would otherwise count as.
Well, would that count as an offensive alchemical item because it's
No.
perception? It's Oh,
No,
oh,
yeah,
then that's
that,
fine.
that does not count. Like basically, they won't sell you like bombs and
Well, I wasn't
other
planning on buying a
and
bomb. I could just
like
make a bomb.
like alchemist fire or stuff. They won't sell you any of that, but they will sell you other stuff.
All right.
They otherwise sell these items for their standard market value.
Oh, well, then I'll buy uh, um, some of the potions for like seeing through like illusionary like abilities or whatever.
Oh wow, that's only a level 7 item.
Only a level 7 item.
Not the one that you actually need. It popped up on the list of like things, and I was what?
No need.
Are you for real? For real?
Soon.
Okay. So, let's see here. All right. So is there? Oh God, have I been speaking out my ass this whole time?
Uh-oh.
Is there not a C in?
Oh, no.
Hold on. I don't think it's it's not a potion of annulment. It wouldn't be a true sight potion. That's just ridiculous. Is there? God damn it. Okay. Let's go over here to spells real quick. Is there a C invisibility? Yes, there is. Okay, there is a C invisibility. No, but I can't find a specific thing of it. But that's what item level it is. So let me just find a equal adjustment. Okay, so let's see here. Give me potions by level. All right. What is something that be roughly equivalent? Here we go. Okay. So, if you want to buy just a potion of sea invisibility, it is going to cost you 6 gold pieces.
How much would each of us individually have gotten from the
fort
fort?
loot?
Yeah.
Okay. The fort loot, which was a total of 100. Quick calculator here. It was 180. 180 divided by 6. It comes up to 30 gold a pop.
Oh. Gold. Yeah, I'll buy one.
Okay. So you buy a potion of sea invisibility. Did Manu mark on the map like the potential area that it could be hiding, or did he just give like a rough estimate, just like this area, and then like gesture to all of the map? Yeah, he was basically anything that's so essentially most of town.
Well, we gotta get started somehow.
Excuse me, what?
What?
Again, I just saw like an item name, and I was like, "Excuse me." Okay, all right. Well, I'll have to agree with that one. But anyways, yeah. So you got a potion of sea invisibility.
I'll also. Does he sell the formula for it? Do you sell the formula?
He does not sell the formula.
Oh, well then, yeah. How long do they last?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Fuck.
10 minutes. I mean, you could buy more than one.
Yeah, but I need money to buy the eventually buy the thing that I want to buy as well.
I mean,
I'll buy.
that is true.
I'll buy. I'll buy one more. Buy. I'll buy two.
Okay.
18 gold. And he says it. He said it follows in places of love.
Mm-hmm.
Where there's a
That's
lot
correct.
of love.
Where there's a lot of love.
Just like.
Would you
any
like?
type of
Would you
love?
like to buy direct?
What? Buy
Would you
what?
like to? Would you like to buy directions to a whorehouse?
No, no.
Oh no.
Not the child,
no.
anyway.
Hello, police.
So, what other places of love do you think you want to search for this thing?
Places of.
Val, you're doing a smooch.
Well,
Ah,
not
very
the
good option.
whorehouses.
How are you doing?
Well,
Val?
not
I hope
the
you're having I hope your
whorehouses.
stream went good.
Not the
That's
whorehouse.
Worked in there for a
that's
little bit, so I was
just
streaming
sweat
myself.
and stank and.
We are
Yeah,
currently
that's-
in.
I mean,
in
he's got a
our-
point.
in our
He's
pub.
actually do got a point, though. Where would the actual? I mean, probably like places of worship, maybe. I mean, that's where I could see.
I mean, actually,
love.
yes.
I mean, that's
as-
what I was thinking. If it wasn't whorehouses, it would probably be all the. Is it up the road? We're just gonna go to the general house of worship. It's gonna be in the gutter or something.
There are.
Is there like a big temple?
There are several like small temples. The biggest temple in town specifically is to the faith of Abadar. And Abadar, love is not a thing that Abadar.
Yeah,
has
I was about to say, is there
fucking thing
any
to do with? But there are
gods of love?
But there are deities that that basically act as like love gods. Let's see here. There is.
Where is the love god church? We gotta go there. We gotta find this thing.
Let's see here. Let's see if I can give you a specific friggin' deity that covers it. Let's see here. Areas of concern. That would not be you. Okay, that's one kind of love. Areas of concern. Kinda. Nope. This might actually be fucking faster. Let me just go friggin' deities, and then let us filter by domain. And let's see here.
Salute.
Okay, so yeah, here we go. Okay, so like the closest thing to a love god that they would have here and in the Empire in general would be the goddess Shaylin. Shaylin is specifically a god of art, beauty, passion in both like the pursuit of stuff, but also like passion, which includes just like a zest for life and loving yourself and each other. That kind of like stuff that is all covered by Shaylin. So Shaylin would be the one that you would go to, but Shaylin, as popular as Shaylin is pretty much like all over the place, Shaylin is neither like neutral nor lawful, which is how most of the Empire. So she would definitely fall into the general worship.
So just the general house of worship.
Yeah, so the general house of worship, which covers all the other gods, would be where you would go to look for that.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we
Or is
could. I mean, it's literally up the road. We just go hit that place up. It's not there. We'd go look elsewhere and try figuring out
I
where, maybe go off another hunch.
I personally
is it-
joke
is
with
the-
one side. Where we're going?
What?
No, go on. I'll say it when you're done.
I finished what I said.
All right, so
Oh.
so Jay, what is it?
I was joking about saying, "Oh, is this the type of love, or is it just out of character? Is this the type of love where like, I'm proud to be in America?"
I mean, technically,
Damn, we should
extreme
have asked somebody.
technically extreme patriotism would fall under this. Yes.
Damn, bro, we should have asked for specifics.
But if you're going to go check the
Yes.
then so you're going to go over there, and so you guys go to the house of worship. There's no reason why you enter the house of worship or anything like that. It is essentially just a building that is then partitioned
Okay.
off inside into various alcoves, which are essentially, set aside for the couple of people who worship, X deity or entity or whatever. It is not difficult at all to locate the Shaylin alcove. There is nobody in the Shaylin alcove when you arrive. The alcove has a very prominently displayed the Shaylin, a couple like low benches to sit on. There is a little area for like direct prayer, that kind of thing. They got like with candles and other little religious symbols and whatnot set up. Just to be extra super literal about the whole thing, there's even heart
what?
in a jar.
Oh,
no.
alrighty.
Yeah, so as you come into the place, I'm going to need both Seamus and Callie to make a perception check.
Perception.
What's your perception modifier, Johnny?
7.
Oh, I might have you take the potion. Oh, yeah, that's awful.
Okay, so Seamus,
Yes.
as y'all are walking through here, you don't notice, you notice that Callie doesn't notice, but the moment you walk into the door inside of you can feel just sort of like an aura sort of permeating the air around you and Callie, covering most of the internal part of this building. There is an active magical aura going on, and you are both inside of it. It covers essentially every single square inside of this building.
I just realized
but-
something.
But it's pretty strong.
Would the animal have fall under some kind of magical thing, like essence sort of thing? If say Seamus were to use detect magic, would he be able to pick it up?
Speaking of that,
Well, yeah. Speaking of that, so Seamus, since you know that the aura is there, you get to ignore it, because that's also why I had to make the perception check. Was that it's
Damn
there?
it.
You can choose to ignore that magic. So when you do detect magic, you know that there's an aura, and it doesn't blind you from just magic being everywhere. Obviously, you know what items on yourself and Callie are magical. but
But I
additional.
can't. Oh, okay.
But you get additional pings that show up in the building. There are, and let me give you a list of pings. There are 1.
You just hear the Call of Duty hit marker noise.
There are 2, 3. There are 3 additional sources of magic that you were momentarily, before this, were not aware of. There is one of those pings is the heart in the. So
The heart in the jar.
Yeah, the heart of the.
Heart of the jar.
The heart of the jar. It pings as magical. Not inside of this alcove, but like 2 alcoves over, which is about like 10 or so feet away. There is another ping. You don't know what it is, but you know that there's something, about roughly 10, maybe 15 feet away, that pings. And there is something under the floor that pings.
Oh.
And the goddamn walls!
Whatever it is not distant from you though. Like this ping is letting you know that it's like literally directly under the floorboards.
But it's under the floor.
It's under the floorboards, and it's in the middle of like the common like hallway that you have to walk down to get to the individual.
Oh man.
So it's about 20 feet away.
Okay then.
So those are the 3 magic sources that you currently have going on in here.
For shits and giggles, I walk to the middle floorboard, point my finger down, scorching ray.
All right.
I mean,
it was just as a joke. It was just as a joke.
It's just a prank, bro.
I like
the
you
prank.
You just walk over through there and you just say scorching ray. Don't actually do anything. Just say it.
I don't scream it. I just like walk over, point my finger down, scorching ray.
I mean, you could use your lightning arc with the grappling hook as like a taser, maybe.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of different. What I'm asking though is actually.
What? What are we
What
actually
gonna do?
Are you actually
I'm
going to
gonna
cast a spell or?
Well,
No,
I'm
that was
gonna.
bullshit.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna hand one of the see invisibility potions to Seamus.
Okay. So Seamus has a potion.
Yeah, you can. I think you should drink it, so that in case it tries to conceal itself.
All right, I will take a little sippy sip of the potion.
All right. You take a sippy sip of potion.
Alright.
Okay.
And by a sippy sip, I just lightly glaze just my crystal ball ass head.
All right. So you just pour it onto your all over your face. Like fucking like.
I'm gonna also assume you told us you got a ping under the floor.
Yeah, I would assume that Seamus actually does give Callie the information that she needs to know.
Is there anyone in the general hall?
There's currently no one in the general hall. Matter of fact, building very quiet.
Good.
You do,
Well, then I can't be.
You do know that there are. You do know that there is a guard who is posted at the main entrance, but again, it's one of the standard guards. And you have seen, since you have entered into the building, one other person who stepped into one of the other alcoves, and there's quiet murmuring coming from that alcove.
Well, how do you
It's
think
not.
we
It's
should
not. It's
proceed
not an alcove
today?
with magic.
Because, as far as I'm concerned, it would be very weird if we just started ripping up the floorboards and throwing down smoke bombs down there. As far as I'm concerned.
I mean, that would be quote unquote weird. Yeah. All right. I need to come over here, open up the player characters. I need to come down to Seamus and see what Seamus's perception DC is.
Would it be? Would we get a? I mean, I want to get a.
And
I'm also
now I need to
afraid
roll
the thing
dice.
is gonna run off, and we're never gonna find it again. We gotta.
Okay.
And he said it was very clever and smart. We gotta be able to outthink this weird, spidery, spindly creature.
Thump thump.
Oh, yeah, that's it. It's under the floorboards. We gotta get that motherfucker. Quick, start ripping up the. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, so
Exploding
neither you have to. Neither,
Bro, why am I
neither of you have to
getting
make any
tail?
checks
Why am I?
to hear.
Why am I
the
getting Telltale
thump
Heart vibes from this? By the way.
So you're hearing the thump thump noise that you were told is the noise this thing makes. It does sound legitimately like a heartbeat. So you're hearing the thump thump noise. It does not come from any particular direction around you. You just hear it.
Yeah. I
And
think we
so
found our guy.
Seamus, since you have the see invisibility going on, the first thing that you notice is that here in the alcove, that that there are actually 2 jars of hearts in here.
Oh no.
There's an invisible jar of heart that is like on an opposite like side of the thing. There's the one that you can't see or you couldn't see beforehand.
Is it the one making the heartbeat sound?
It is moving. Seamus can see that heart is pumping in time with the thump thump noises that you're hearing. And since Seamus can see it, I'm going to need Seamus to make a will save.
Oh no.
God.
And this will save is
God.
affected by the aura that it's putting out that you're currently in. Okay.
That is still pretty good.
Will save DC 19. Okay? We apply the negative.
What do you mean negative?
And there's not a save resistance.
Oh no.
The aura just affects everybody who's within range. So your will save is lowered only by 1. So only lowers it to an 18. Which is sad because the will save to beat this is a 19.
Oh, bitch!
Can I use a hero point to reroll that?
Yeah, I was about to say.
You can go ahead and do it.
Fuck
There
you!
you go. There you go.
Hey.
There you go. There you go.
Hell yeah. So for a moment, as like, so like you put on the potion. Callie's like, talking about like various ways that you can maybe like get at this thing, or like spell casting and whatnot. Your orb kind of looking around, notice other invisible fucking jar with a heart. You see that it's going thump in time with both hearing, and you just get this like feeling of like, oh, we're fucked. This is not what we signed up for. Blah blah blah. It's not worth everything that we're doing. But then you get that like sudden urge of like anything her heart desires, and it just gives you the power. The power of parenting allows you to make this saving throw. Which, given that this is the power of parenting, and is itself a form of love, the thing is like, oh, wait a minute, you're a food source. The heart jar, the invisible one, so the one that Callie can't even specific second doesn't even know exists yet, breaks itself apart. Like there isn't noise, but like it essentially pulls itself apart.
Is
and
the heart in the jar like the jar? It's also its own body.
Yes.
That's
the
so
heart
sick.
and the glass shards of the jar. 8 spindly spider-like legs.
Oh.
His heart.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh, that's so cool.
And it then begins to move down the wall like a fucking spider. And, like it's going to start like coming up on you because it does not know you can see it.
Hey Fuzzy, you remember
Uh-huh.
I said I had a magic missile as a reaction in case anything got aggressive?
I do.
We need it alive. We need it alive.
I'm not going to kill it.
Uh-huh.
So, do you know how much hit points it has?
Plenty.
Oh,
One big
okay.
weapon.
I'm gonna shoot 3 magic missiles at it.
Okay then. Proceed to blast.
Uno, dos, tres.
Okay. So that's going to be 2, 4, 9 magic missile damage. Okay. Whammo, whammo, and blammo. Okay. So it takes 9 magic missile damage, which I believe spoils its invisibility.
No, I see it.
Yes. Okay. So, Seamus, from Callie's perspective, like is looking around, like pauses, looking over in one direction. Magic missile, motherfucker! And just shoots out like missiles at a spot on the ground where there's nothing there. And in doing so, it shatters the invisibility of the fucking heart in the jar, and you see a like skittering spider-like human heart that's completely devoid of any of the like recoil up against the wall, hit by all of these magic missiles, and and it starts going thumpa 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 like it's angry and aggravated.
Oh shit.
Well, I'm throwing. Time to throw the bolas.
All right, bola.
I'm capturing this. I'm throwing. There's a damage roll? What do I need to roll for the? Hold on.
The bola is a. You just have to be within range, and then you make a athletics check using the items bonus if there isn't one from this one, so it's just an athletics check from you. Versus its DC, which would be its athletics DC for you to grapple. Well then.
We are killing it today, Callie. We are killing it today.
We are
She
doing
want that
this.
dog. She want that beaver dog.
I want that badger with the funny tail.
Okay. Alrighty. So the thing is effectively grappled by the bola. So it will have to spend its actions to try to get out of the bola in the next round. But what I'm going to say is that like you guys have both like done something. It's going to have to spend its action to try to get out of the bola. You guys essentially have a round while it is sitting less than 10 feet away from you to do something else to it. So while it attempts to get out of the bola, what do you do?
I'm gonna tie it up so it doesn't move. It doesn't get a chance to move.
All right. So you're going to attempt to secure the
With the rope that I have in my inventory.
Okay. All right then.
Can I then help him throw it into a sack and then tie that up?
I mean, yeah, you can. Okay.
And then
so,
make sure that sack is secure so that it can't get out.
Okay. So then.
And if it gives me any lips, I'm gonna hit it with the color spray so it's dazed.
All right. Well, so here's what I'm going to say then. So while this thing is struggling to get its way out of, I want Seamus to give me a let's just do a melee attack. Just use your scythe in place for that.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So give me a melee attack versus its athletics DC. That's not going to be enough.
It's a slippery little spider.
Yeah, these things are, like I said, very little fuckers. Okay, so
Well, then I'm gonna...
it is struggling. Callie, you want to just like try to throw the bag over it?
Yes, I'm gonna throw the bag over it.
Okay,
Like,
then I
try and
will need
restrain it.
you to make a melee attack versus its DC.
Just unarmed fist.
Yeah, just an unarmed fist. You're going for it, just so that you know, you're
Going for what?
DC 21.
Oh,
Damn.
never
Let's
mind.
go!
Let's go.
Hell yes.
Nice.
Okay, so this thing is just about to kick its way out of Bola's. It's like sharp little pointy legs are like jabbing at Seamus as Seamus is like trying to get a rope around it, and Kelly's just bags the thing, spins the bag around to like cinch it close, and then holds it up for Seamus to like, quickly tie the rope around. While it starts kicking and thumping like rapidly inside of the bag.
Is all I hear it going.
Just the
So yeah,
average
this thing
day
is
in
just
Australia.
like waggling and going like crazy inside of this inside of the bag. And it's blood-like. I don't actually know if it actually is blood-like ichor that like is coming out of it. Is already like quickly starting to stain through the bag.
Doesn't have
and,
acidic blood, does it? Or ichor?
No, the ichor is not. The ichor is not acidic. It is like very thick, almost like think the consistency
Mucus?
of. Well, I was gonna say pancake. So imagine pancake
Jesus.
syrup, but it's like blood red. And
Is this cherry?
no, I can confirm for you it is not cherry. It is not. It is not cherry, and that is not cash money. Yeah, it is very like, it's very not cool.
Not cash money. All right, well, bag him up. Time to take it back. Gotta go get that discount.
All right, so you guys bag the creature, which just so you know, this thing is called a lovelorn.
I love what?
You bag up a lovelorn. So you bag up the lovelorn, and go to take that back to Manau. So while you guys are handling that, we'll jump back to the rest of the as we are coming to the end of, or approaching the end of the session. So Rawl walks the party with guard into this big research building, and up front it's like so many other buildings that you guys have been in, specifically like Tim and June and Jamal. This is this just screams imperial military administration, buildings. Like these are things that you have been in, and they have not always been positive past. But as you walk in, there are guards everywhere in here, and unlike like the guards that have been walking around with you guys have been armed, but they've been not holding their weapons. The guys in here, they are already like guns and crossbows and other weapons like out and ready to go at the absolute second that anything happens.
Okay.
They are on high alert. But he leads you through just like a veritable like maze of passageways and hallways that have like doors and other rooms and other halls that branch off of them, and they are monotonously the same, just over and over and over. Eventually, he leads large, like hangar bay, honestly, style room that has in it a partially constructed airship gondola that is currently actively being put together and loaded up with cannons and all of that sort of stuff. So that's going on in like the back of the room. The front of the room, though, the part that he walks you up to, is he walks you up to a gigantic iron sphere that is at least 20 feet wide and is floating in midair.
What the fuck?
And he walks up to the gestures at the ground, and he points out a white line that goes all the way around this floating orb. And he looks at you, or he looks at the party and whatnot, and he says, for your own safety, do not cross this line. He then steps over the line so that he is then, past the line in between you. The line is now in between him, you, and the orb. But he walks over to the floating metal orb, which is not like a perfect sphere or anything like that. It's very rough. There's a lot of seam and all that sort of stuff. It's not rotating, but it's just floating there.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes over to like one of these panels. So like imagine more than a sphere. It's more like a gigantic D20, dodecahedron style like shape. And he presses like some runes on the side of the thing. There is a loud hiss and click, and then all of the panels from the orb all separate and expand out. So you can now see inside of the orb. And inside of the orb, there are 3 rings, which are all made out of some metal. They are spinning at high speed. And in the middle of all of that, there is a buff glob of some sort of liquid metal that is sort of like sloshing around. It's not touching anything. It's just floating in the middle of all of it. And it has orange streaks that are running through it, almost like tiger stripes. And he gestures up at the orb, and he's like, "This is what those rings are for. This is why I need them back. Without them, this thing doesn't work. I need the proper fine-tuned constrictions in order to make this thing function. So here's what I want to do. I want you to take a good look at these rings so that you know what you're looking for. I'm going to go ahead and make the assumption that you didn't have anything to do with the actual theft. But your other companions remain unaccounted. And there are, apparently, another automaton, or perhaps 2 automatons, who are also party to all of this. So, that being the case...
I'm very sorry, they're watching football downstairs, so if you hear, like, hooting and hollering...
I hear him hooping and hollering!
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear some hooping. But, either way, though, it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
But, he goes on to say, I'm going to allow you folks, specifically those of you who are here, to continue with whatever business that you have in Whitford. But if you find my rings, or learn what became of them, and bring that information to me before I otherwise find it myself, then I am willing to pay you a considerable sum. These things are, well, one of a kind. They are made out of precious materials, certainly, but the actual value of them far exceeds the actual material they're made out of. Bring it or any information that you find back, and I will award you rather handsomely. This is a project which is of utmost importance to the Empire and our goals moving forward in dealing with foreign parties. And he kind of looks aside for a moment, and then he kind of focuses on June specifically, and he says, I know that, well, you specifically, ma'am, are Imperial, and you should be fully aware of the fact that the Empire has multiple enemies, and those enemies are powerful. They possess dangerous magics and technologies, some of which have been stolen from us only to create new horrors, which means this is for the defense against those powers. It is vital not to the empire at large, but it is also vital to the common citizenry. So if for no other reason, safety of our citizens and the citizens of other nations which visit imperial lands, I need that stuff back. And I want to make sure that you understand how vitally important this is. I am not some pissant nobleman who has lost a toy. This is a expensive and unique device. People have died to get this thing operational. And someone came in here and stole a vital component of it. And I need those back. If you come across them, or if you come across good information on where they can be located, then, as I have said, I will reward you very, very richly. But I wanted to show you this so that you know what's at stake here.
Oh, that's cool.
Why this sudden change in tune? Just a bit earlier ago, you were ready to lock us up behind bars. Now here you are, essentially showing us your hand. For all you know, we could be the ones that stole it.
For all I know, you could be. However, I don't believe that you are at this point. When I came to that inn just a couple hours ago, I was operating under the impression that I was dealing with some outsiders who took advantage of a momentary lapse in security to steal something which looked pricey that he sold off. You obviously had a companion with you skilled with Imperial technology, and none of you are military. Maybe former military, but none of you are military. And you have shown me, though, since we have walked across town on multiple occasions, that you have a brain in that head, and that you know a little bit about what the fuck you're doing. Your companion may be a bit toasted at the moment, but he's got a powerful nose and a reasonable brain underneath that head. He nods at like towards Tim. He's like, you have a service droid who carries a big fucking gun, and all of these sort of things. So he's basically pointing. Okay, I'm accepting the fact that you guys are adventurers, and you probably actually didn't have anything. He says, Lawbringer Cod alerted me to your presence, as he is supposed to do. And it was his suggestion, after we discovered the theft, that given the evidence we had at the time, you were our most likely suspects. And at the time, I was inclined to agree with him, but I am not inclined to agree with him now. I know that he has a particular dislike for the events that transpired during the Secession War, but he is legally bound as a aide here in security. So his prejudice perhaps got the better of him in his moment of judgment, and without any better information, I walked along with him. So, since we... However, Lawbringer Cod is not here, and now that I have had some time to think about it, I can see the opportunity to perhaps get a bit out of the out of the box, as it were, help in returning these items. So that's why I'm changing my tone here. I could have you thrown in jail until I got some better lead, but if I waited on that, these items could leave Whitford. They could get out into the greater world. We've got time to get things under lock and key. They could end up in the hands of enemies. We have them to the east, to the north, to the south, and even directly under our feet. Any of them would be willing to pay a king for these items as well, though I doubt only that one of them would have any idea of how to use these items in any sort of way that would be meaningful.
June,
Just keeping it out of our hands would be enough.
June puts a hand on her hip and asks, "And how do you know for sure that those rings still are in Whitford and not who knows God's where?"
Let me show you. And then he turns around and he, floating panels, and you see him like press and move around the runes like on the metal, like it moves under his touch. But he rearranges that, and you see rings that have been spinning in the middle of around the orb. You see them slow down to the point where you can now see that there are like runes and whatnot, but not only runes, but there are navigation points on these rings, like reference points, like you would see on like a naval map or stuff like that. And as these things slow down, the big glob of liquid metal that's in the middle of the thing really sloshing around. And then it starts throwing out pseudopods, like a molten metal goo slime creature. It starts throwing out pseudopods, and those pseudopods come together and form a greater, thicker pseudopod, and it shoots out to where the outer layer of the original floating sphere would be, but it only gets that far, and then tendril and moving around. And he looks back over at June and the party, and he says, "It's not supposed to do that. The rings are directional. They give us a pinpoint. They are magical themselves in a certain sort of fashion. And the material here in the middle has the ability to react and detect to that. It is held within them. Large branch that is coming off of it is being drawn towards those rings. So it's still here in Whitford, but the longer that this branch stretches out, the farther away it gets. And if it gets past that line, it's the line that you guys are standing behind. If it gets past that line, all of the containment fields will break, and this thing will then be free."
Thing?
So it is like a stable.
Yes. Thing. So, if you find those rings, find them fast. I will pay you well. This thing stays in containment, and our project gets back underway so that the Empire can defend itself against magically powerful enemies. It is a win-win. But if those rings leave Whitford, well, more than a few miles outside of Whitford, this thing's going to be able to get out of containment. And, well, that's going to not only cost us this entire experiment, but probably more than a few lives. and you may not particularly care about any of the people who work here, and I suppose that's fair, but they will die simply because we can't find the containment rings for this, that somebody else
Sounds like big load of not my problem.
I mean, yeah. But
yeah.
by big load of
Telling
not
you
your,
serious
he's,
about it.
but he is specifically offering up big monies to, make it temporarily your problem.
All right.
Yeah.
June
I mean,
June looks at
his
June
pockets
looks at
are-
Jamal and Laria and Tim, and like seeing what like they're thinking.
I like Jamal. I like Jamal. I like Jamal. Oh, wait, I would probably say, you know what? Actually, let Callie. Oh no, not Callie. Let Larian talk. Or let Larian.
Yeah. It's like I did some talking. You guys can do some talking if you want to.
Larian.
All right, Laria, how do you feel about this potential course of action?
Oh, goodness. I would say, I mean, I would say like it doesn't seem like we have much time to actually do anything else here. So if we're able to find the rings, then like finding the information, then we'll find it. But like, I guess he's making it seem like we don't have a lot of time to do anything else. So
Yeah. So, to be specific, Zany, is Laria a yes vote for let's see if we can find those rings and get paid for it, or a no vote? like is Laria going to be like that?
Larry's more like a we'll see what we can do.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I mean that's fine.
Okay. I guess it's Jamal. Jamal. Like still a bit kind of sluggish in days, and kind of like kind of coming back. Jamal just say, as much as I fucking want to get out of this town, and still want to get out of this town. This town, the money do sound a bit right about now, Belgium.
He needs more
And we
alcohol
are
money.
kind of. He's not an alcoholic, okay? He's not.
I'm just kidding.
I was like,
I mean, yeah,
It was
the
like,
pay would be nice. You can't make any promises.
Yeah. This is a not small amount of money that they are.
It's,
Pre-
yeah.
Pretty sure
it's
it's coming from
So-
some government kind of bank account there.
like,
Man had a
was
checkbook
like-
and everything.
Jamal, and let Jamal elaborate as probably not. It was like, who knows? Probably might give us something in return, and that's not just money.
I mean that's also a big possibility.
Because if he's making, because if and he probably just says spatially to tell everybody else is like, it probably might just be money, but
I should probably ask,
Well, in
how
fact-
big are those rings?
The rings that he's talking, the ones that are missing, they are like they're the size of a hula hoop.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured.
And I'm guessing they're heavy.
Yeah, like each one would be a like bulk 2 item that would require like 2 hands if you were going to like try to carry it.
I don't even think Laria can carry that.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Laria could definitely hold.
If Callie gets wind of this proposition, she might not. She
Nah,
might
bring
be
it
like,
back, yeah.
I mean, if they offered, I don't know, per se, like all of the equipment she would need to set up her own workshop, yeah, maybe she might do it. You know.
Well, Callie and Shadowism and a Gang unfortunately aren't in the room with us. We can maybe try to see if we can work them in the deal or
I was
not.
gonna say like, should we do this without their help, or do you think we might need their help?
Alright.
I'm like Jamal is as much as them
I mean,
two idiots
you
trying to
might.
got us into this
There's
mess.
a big ass. I got what the? What do you mean I got you in this mess?
Well, you almost got us all arrested because of you being shot.
Hey.
Got you arrested. I'm not the one who's getting wasted and passing out outside.
Because he didn't want to be there.
But okay, so then the party who is currently here being accepts the quest.
June will get see the approval from everybody, or they say it verbally or non-verbally, and June will say her part. She'll say, well, I'd rather not spend time in prison, especially if, from what you say, things around here might go sour if that thing gets out. So I think we all can agree to a mutually beneficial partnership here. We track down whoever stole those rings. We bring it back to you. We save the city. Everybody wins. Now, I wouldn't
That's
put
how
it
I
past...
would like to do it.
Except the people we probably are gonna
I
have.
really wouldn't put it past Callie to do something that stupid, but something tells me that it may not be them.
Something.
We'll have to.
Yeah, I get that feeling as well.
We'll have to get to the bottom of this once we find them, but I can assure you that we'll put all our heads together on this and get those rings back before time runs out, as they say.
All right then. That being said, you are otherwise free to go. I will make sure that Lawbringer Cod understands that you are going to assist us with this situation and see if I can't keep him off the ass. However,
Ken Jamal,
go ahead.
obviously, Ken Jamal also say something to Officer Lord, and he's like, and Jamal, and can you also tell him to please stop wondering about me specifically, because what happened in the past happened in the past.
I will advise him on that. And Officer Rawl, kind of like you see the professional mask slip a little bit, like his expression kind of softens up, and he's like, I understand that you had to do what you had to do during that time, and I'm sure that from the Lawbringer side, his point of view was that he also had to do what he had to do. It was unfortunate business. As a matter of fact, I'm hopeful that if I can get this project up and running the way that I want it to, we can avoid a similar situation in the future. I will advise the Lawbringer to layoff, such as it were. But he is a dwarf. They, rather infamously have long memories, and he is bound by the law, so he will not move against you if he does not have legal opening to do so. But I will see if I can't ask him to not single you out and try to put aside his prejudice. I know you're not military anymore, but thank you for your services. And then he gives you like a, fucking salute. Like he gives Jamal like a proper military salute. And then he says, "You are dismissed." And as he says that, we will come to a close for our session today. Thank you, everybody.
Can I do one last thing?
Sure.
When, he does the salute, June will also give a very clearly military salute back.
Okay. Like you do see like a little bit of like at that, like you really wasn't expecting a return like proper form military salute. So he holds it a little bit longer to implicate June in his salute as. But after salutes are exchanged.
Yeah. Didn't mean to drag it on. I was just like.
No. It's good.
Because Jamal and her have that history.
Yeah. I'll say that Tim salutes. Like behind you. Where he's like, so all the military members, former military members, you're all like
in the room.
Yeah.
So
and Jamal slowly having his confidence kind of coming back from that, and just it's like back.
Jamal may have had like a bad time, but this guy is. We know what you had to. We put you in a bad situation. You did what you had. Congratulations on surviving and all of that sort of stuff. But he's doing so with more heart than Jamal has gotten from other officers during his actual time in the military. But with that all said and done, we're going to officially here at 10:30. Here at 10:30, we are going to officially bring this session to a close here. When we come back together next time, we will pick up with Callie getting her dog to the pet shop. going to the pet shop.
I don't get the sasatisfaction of buying my dog this mission.
You're gonna buy your advanced rat. And Manal is going to get his accidental lovelorn experiment back under wraps. So that's going to be a positive benefit for him. So at which point he will then open to like listening to Callie like do the actual like.
You know what they remind me of is that have y'all seen The Misadventures of Flapjack?
Yes.
Yep.
I've seen some of it. Yeah.
It's just I'll send you a clip that I can't. Just hearing me explain it and everything will just probably won't do it justice. I'll just send a clip on YouTube clip on it. But yeah, that's what they remind me of. But yeah, no, this was a great session.
Specifically, Callie trying to find.
Yeah, this was a fun session. I real quick, behind the scenes thing here. Like when I was originally writing this earlier in the week. I was the whole like heist bit, and you guys getting like implicated for it wasn't even a part of it. But after Danger mentioned to me that he wasn't going to be able to show up for potentially a while, there was this whole like plot thread that involved some NPCs that we kind of like attached on his end. That I was thinking, okay, well maybe I'll just drop them off, elsewhere or whatever. And but then while I was at work one day, it suddenly, wait a second, the party split up. Stuff happened that where the party was not together, so there would be a disconnect in information, and those other NPCs that I was otherwise going to drop, could like do stuff, and it clicked everything together, and I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna work. This will pull everything together. So like I had to like, write down a lot of shit like real fast, and check some stat blocks and all that sort of stuff. But it came together great. I am fucking happy with it.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah, you did a great
just
job.
it's like that just means you're doing your job as a GM, Like,
Look, the not undead potion seller dude was obviously my favorite character. Fuzzy, you did such a great job with his voice. I got ASMR tingles.
Well, I'm so
He is
glad
a-
for that.
He's a
Um,
very
And I am
Yeah.
also actually, I'm actually very happy on how the session ended, because it kind of definitely ended on a good note for Jamal to try to keep his head back up high. And
Oh
just
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. It was very much a like a turnaround of fortunes for Jamal. So like that was really good, and I'm also I'm real glad that the other half of was able to the whole
The
like
father-daughter duo adventures going great.
I love though. I fucking love though that like you guys managed to effectively beat the Lovelorn with the power of like parental love.
The power of love of these magic missiles that I have on lock.
With the power of love in this gun that I found. That was great. That was fucking
yeah,
fantastic.
no,
I love how
this
that
this
worked
whole
out.
campaign is great.
Yeah, it has been real fun. So but all of that said and done and everything, we'll pick up with this next week. Just so that you guys are aware, I do not know, and I will know come Tuesday, but like until then, I don't know what the rest of my for the like going forward for the week, because I'm still doing like the training biz. But hopefully nothing should come up. But if anything does, that might otherwise jeopardize my ability to get everything prepared in the game and all that, I will let you guys know ASAP. Okay, let me.
I have a job interview on.
Trying to
I have a job interview on Monday, so I not want to jinx myself saying like, oh, I'm gonna get a job, but I'll try to get Saturdays off if I do get hired. But
well, I mean, like that's great and everything. Work it out as to what is best for you. I am going to just keep my fingers crossed though that it turns into something good for you, because you definitely need that win. But yeah, so as people's schedules change and develop, like we usually try to keep everybody abreast of it so that we're not caught slipping too bad. Otherwise, just again, one final time, I want to thank everybody for showing up, for putting up with my bullshit, for all of my stupid voices, which is like four total voices. But anyways, thanks again. It was a great game. I love running for you guys. This campaign and building out this setting and crock pottery. I'm looking forward back to the camp and like really start like developing that into a like full on settlement and all that sort of stuff. I legitimately enjoy that shit. So I'm happy about this. I'm really looking forward to continuing on with everything.
Yeah.
Oh, one last thing. Everybody can add on 100 XP to their character sheets. So
Yay.
everybody should be at, I believe, 600 XP.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What do we
Okay, so
what do we need to get to level
the final
4?
thing. Just get to 1,000.
Oh, 1,000. Oh, it's 1,000 each time.
1,000 XP.
Yeah, each time
1,000.
each time it's 1,000, and then it up to 1,000 again.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Also, Citrus, I really like the the heart in a jar like art that you slapped on the in the art channel.
Yeah.
Like like that's surprisingly really fucking close to it, and I just love the idea of like fucking a heart in a jar
With like spider legs.
just spider legging its way around. Okay, but enough of that.
Actually.
We're done. We are good for the night. So everyone have a pleasant evening. It is time for us to shut it all down.
All right.
So long,
All
thanks
right.
for all the fish.
So
I'm gonna see who I can raid. Let's see. Who is
Okie dokie.
online?
All right. Well, I will talk to you guys a little bit later on. I need some drink and some snack on.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna get
So-
some foods. All right. Have a good one, everybody.
Have a
I'll
good
see you,
night.
son.
Good night.
Bye. Good
Bye
night.
bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's see who is on. Who is on? We have quite a lot of people actually. We have Athena. We have Menagerie. We have NB. We have Mama Oka. We have Ghostly Serene. We have Robin Renard. We have Blonde Guy. We have Astral Lovelace. Days. Ultra R2. Luxie. Sparkle Richie. Hobe. Habe. Vampkin. Vampump Napkin. We have Silsey, we have Dr. Crafty, we have Anedu, we have Saria, we have Good Jared, we have Millanor, we have Miss Jackie, we have Zentrea. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Alright, so 20 will be Miss no. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so just make sure I had it. Millanor will be the 20, and Athena will be 1. So let's go ahead and do roll. 14. Okay, who is 14? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so it's gonna be Vampump Napkin. And they're playing Pal World. Okay. And let me just make sure that they're still streaming. Alright, yep, they are. And let's go ahead and give them a raid, guys. If you are, if you are subbed, you can use that. If you are not subbed, you can use this one instead. And it's gonna be There we go. Alright, everybody. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you again to our wonderful DM, Fuzzy, and all of our players. And yeah, this was a great session, and I really appreciate everybody that was here. And have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye. Oh, I keep forgetting that there's no, I need to add the end screens and stuff. I keep forgetting every week. Alright, everybody, just bye-bye. Just bye. I'll do the,
pickaxe.